At Riverside, California, top racing champions begin the new year with a blaze of speed. Under FIA sanction, drivers from 3 representative fields of American auto racing prepare for a 500-mile duel on this 2 7/10-mile twisting, winding nightmare of a race course. Fireball Roberts is a champion in the Southern Circuit. A.J. Foyt's natural element is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And the representative from the 3rd part of the triangle is a young man who virtually grew up on sports car competition, Dan Gurney. But the busiest, if not the most popular driver at the Riverside Raceway is the man behind the wheel of the crash truck. During the week of practice before the race, experienced old-timers and rookie drivers alike found that this course could have been designed by the devil himself. New crash rails are installed, and as fast as the harried workmen can build, frustrated drivers tear them down. On no other track can be found such a collection of tricky S-curves, deceptive uphill turns, short chutes ending in diminishing turns, and long, smooth straightaways which bring the driver face-on into sweeping, slippery curves where the slightest driving error can put man and machine through the fence. Course orientation begins, slowly at first, then speeds build as drivers think they know the peculiarities of each tricky corner. By qualification time, a number of top drivers are sidelined, their cars demolished. But Paul Goldsmith puts his 1963 Pontiac around the course in a record 1 minute and 39 seconds to claim the pole position. A.J. Foyt from Houston, Texas is a former USAC national champion, but he knows stock car racing. His 63 Pontiac is qualified just a fraction of a second behind Goldsmith. Glenn Fireball Roberts is the top NASCAR money driver for 1962. From his home at Daytona Beach, Florida, he comes to Riverside, California to claim 3rd place in the starting lineup. Joe Weatherly of Norfolk, Virginia puts the 5th 1963 Pontiac into the show, adding to a growing starting field list of famous racing names. Lynn Sutton, Jim Hurtubise, Dan Gurney, Parnelli Jones, Fred Lorenzen, Troy Ruttman, Rex White, and Dave Pearson. Outstanding drivers in a field of 44 starters. Saturday brings the consolation race. Surplus entries battle for 24 remaining race day positions, the first 20 places claimed during the week by single qualification. In this 25-lap battle, spectators get a preview of what's to follow on Sunday. And for the drivers, a chance to find out what it's like running down that Riverside course in traffic. Subsequent discussion of the trials and tribulations at Riverside brought out the opinion that all the trouble stemmed from running the course in a clockwise direction, the majority of drivers being used to driving counterclockwise. Just for a moment then, consider what happened a short while later in a consolation race at Daytona Beach, with the cars traveling counterclockwise. But at Riverside, Billy Wade of Houston, Texas, wins the consolation race in a starting position with an average of 86.17 miles per hour. A.J. Foyt is no stranger to 500-mile races. He's the winner of the 1961 Indianapolis 500 and a national champion. Racing engineer Ray Nichols checks last-minute details with his driver, Paul Goldsmith, who is another Indianapolis contender. Fireball Roberts, popular NASCAR driver and winner of the 1958 Southern 500 at Darlington. Glenn Sutton, another Indianapolis 500-miler who took second place in 1962. The balloons go up. Now it begins. 185 laps, 500 miles, 1,480 turns to make, and only one man can win. The Riverside course is laid out on a hillside. From the starting line, it climbs through a series of tricky S curves into turn 6 at the top of the hill. Then across a short straightaway, directly into turn 8, a wicked curve which gets tighter and sharper toward the end. Then comes the back straightaway, a high-speed downhill run which frequently leaves the driver talking to himself as he tries vainly to adjust speed for turn 9. A sweeping right-hand curve which doubles back into the main straightaway. At the starting line, the flagman sends 44 cars and drivers on their way. A crowded field boils up through turn 1 and into the S curves, and trouble is ready and waiting on turn 4. Pole setter Paul Goldsmith leads the pack through turn 6 and 8. A.J. Foyt crowds close behind. In the back straightaway, they pull even. Then Foyt passes at the beginning of turn 9. At the start-finish line, officials, timers, and scorers settle down for a long afternoon. Foyt pushes his lead as Paul Goldsmith fights to regain that starting position. Car 54, where are you? Driver Jim Pardue of North Carolina knows just where he is, off the course on turn 6 and 8, and later on, turn 9. But as the day progresses, he has lots of company. between Foyt and Goldsmith continues. Once again, the lead changes. Goldsmith regains first spot. Parnelli Jones moves up through the heavy traffic and makes his bid for the lead. Goldsmith gives way and Parnelli blasts his way on up the hill. Parnelli Jones' teammate, Indianapolis winner Troy Ruttman, slides off the course in turn 1 and turns the Riverside race into a cross-country event. On turn 6, the action is heavy. Close-packed cars jockey for racing room, and some fail to make it. Bill Foster spins his '62 Pontiac, then spends a little time testing before continuing the race. Parnelli Jones pushes ahead, driving the kind of race which distinguished him in the 1962 Indianapolis 500. In turn 9, Denny Weinberg of Norwalk, California, spins helplessly into the infield, restarts and goes back in the race, but he should have parked his car right there. Through the main straightaway and on through the S-curves, Weinberg, who started in 14th position, tries to make up time, but his engine is through. Oil spews onto the track and Weinberg skids at the approach to turn 6. Then a miracle. The car landed right side up. Weinberg is unhurt. The field slows down as crash crews clear the track. And Parnelli Jones continues to lead. In the 34th lap, Parnelli Jones comes in for his first pit stop. Fred Lorenzen of Elmhurst, Illinois, moves up to lead as Parnelli's pit crew adds gas and replaces tires. Crew chief Bill Stropp of Long Beach, California, has a long background in racing. Formerly associated with the late Clay Smith, Stropp was in charge of the winning Lincoln team in the 1954 Pan American Road Race. Here at Riverside, with twin '63 Mercuries and Parnelli Jones and Troy Ruttman as drivers, Stropp is looking for a winner. As the race continues, the grind begins to tell. Car after car drops up. Those remaining hang on with determination and the knowledge that the race is less than half over. Dan Gurney takes the lead from Fred Lorenzen. Parnelli Jones drives harder into the turns to regain his lost lead. Len Sutton packs his helmet away. The race is over as far as he's concerned. Paul Goldsmith goes out on turn 1. Parnelli Jones takes the lead from Gurney and holds it for 10 laps. Then he too joins the growing list of sideline drivers. The afternoon wears on. Siesta time arrives, complete with nightmares. Jim Paschal of High Point, North Carolina, looses a wheel, rolls through turn 9 and flips over the fence. The car is a wreck, but Paschal climbs out with a torn shirt and a scratch on his shoulder. Troy Ruttman takes advantage of the caution flag and makes a pit stop, but he's got trouble under the hood of that car. Dan Gurney is also in the pits. Fireball Roberts has the lead. Ruttman and Gurney pull out of the pits together to continue the battle. Fireball Roberts is well ahead, but due for a pit stop. Troy Ruttman is the last hope of the Mercury team, and Gurney has an advantage. He knows the track better than any other driver in the race. The 101st lap. Gurney has moved up on Fireball Roberts. Only a car length separates them now, and Roberts must come in for service. In the pits, his crew services a tired car. Roberts knows this will be a tough race to finish. He's got car trouble. Dan Gurney streaks through the main straightaway as trouble develops on turn 9 again. This time, it's Clem Proctor of Bellflower, California, floating gently over the fence. The field slows down on the caution flag, and Troy Ruttman draws a one-lap penalty for running ahead of the pace car. He pulls up and sits while the entire field of cars passes him by. One can only wonder about the conversation between him and a NASCAR official. Things like, well, Troy, who do you think's going to win? Or, next time you're in Daytona, we'll have to get together for lunch. The penalty lap over, Ruttman goes back onto the field, and the green flag comes out again. Car 54 is located off the course on turn 9. Strangely enough, Jim Pardue is managing to stay in the top 10. Fatigue overtakes the drivers, spinouts become more frequent. Sal Tavella spins on turn 8. Parnelli Jones watches from the sidelines. His teammate, Troy Ruttman, is off the course. Fred Lorenzen on turn 8. Carl Joyner and Danny Letner leave the race abruptly in the S curves. Joe Weatherly goes through turn 6 sideways. Marshall Sargent skids and ends the race on top of the hay bales on turn 6. Now the afternoon shadows grow long. Gurney pulls in for his last pit stop. Except for 3 drivers, all competition has been removed. The closest contenders are A.J. Foyt, Troy Ruttman, Fireball Roberts. But Foyt is the only one traveling in the same lap with Gurney. Pulling out, Gurney coolly settles down to finish this race, taking no chances on having a costly spin or accident, which could give Foyt the edge. Now begins one of the strangest finish line stories in racing history. Almost as an afterthought, one lonely car climbs the rail on turn 9. The caution flag is out, the field slows down, and so as the sun sets slowly in the west, the pace car finishes the race, followed by Dan Gurney, A.J. Foyt, Troy Ruttman, Fireball Roberts, and the balance of 21 cars still running in a blaze of speed, 45 miles per hour to be exact. Dan Gurney collects $13,600 for his afternoon's work, a happy, almost humorous ending to an action-packed, strongly contended race where the hometown boy made good.
The Bill Straub-prepared Mercury team will be tough to beat in the second annual Motor Trend 500 at Riverside. Darrell Derringer, Joe Weatherly, and Bill Straub talk over a little race strategy. Fireball Roberts is always tough to beat. Richard Petty will start from the front row. Paul Goldsmith, Parnelli Jones, and A.J. Foyt are among the Indy 500 veterans in the big race. Fred Lorenzen broke the track record at 102.434 miles per hour and will sit on the pole. Foyt is impressed. 1960 NASCAR champ Rex White. David Pearson. Dan Gurney is always looking for the ideal setup. Augie Pabst, Dave McDonald, and Bob Bondurant are road racing veterans. Manhandling a big stocker on the tricky 2.7-mile road course isn't easy, even for road racing pros. Ken Miles will quickly agree. Riverside is both fast and treacherous. It's a thrill a minute for the fans. And a skipped heartbeat or two for the drivers. Dave McDonald will start in the third row in a 64 Mercury. Derringer will be in the fourth row. Billy Wade will have to work from the middle of the pack. '63 Indy winner Parnelli Jones is starting beside A.J. Foyt in the sixth row. Two-time NASCAR champion Joe Weatherly's Merc will start from the 8th row. Indy winner Roger Ward qualified for the 4th row. Number 22, Fireball Roberts. Lorenzen and Petty bring the field down for the start. Petty has the lead, and Lorenzen is second, heading up to turn 6. Richard holds on to first through sweeping turn 9. On lap 15, Clem Proctor takes several end-over-end flips in turn 1. Dan Gurney in car 121 takes the lead during a Petty pit stop. Fireball is running 10. Joe Weatherly is driving hard to make up valuable time lost in the pits. Little Joe has a good line through turn 4, but his car goes out of control in turn 6. A different angle shows smoke from Joe's car before it slammed into the steel plate wall. Tragically, Weatherly died instantly in the crash. On the restart, Petty once again takes the lead with Gurney second and McDonald third. Transmission failure puts Petty out on lap 101. A.J. Foyt tries to get by Marvin. Foyt crashes in turn 1 and is out on lap 151. Gurney looks unbeatable. Panch is holding steady in second. Gurney brings his Wood Brothers Ford under the checkered flag. Marvin Panch finishes second, and Roberts gives Ford a clean sweep in third. Gurney wins 2 Riverside 500s in a row.
Riverside hosts the first race of the 1965 NASCAR season. Junior Johnson takes his 65 Ford through turn 9 to complete his qualification run. Johnson's lap is the fastest and puts him on the pole at an average speed of over 102 miles per hour. Foyt gets settled in for the start. Johnson leads with Corneli Jones in hot pursuit. Corneli goes wide in turn 9 and takes the lead. Parnelli is first, Junior second, and Ned Jarrett is third. Pre-race favorite Dan Gurney is running eighth. Sam Stanley spins in turn 5. Marvin Patch, number 21, and Ned Jarrett, number 11, race for third. Parnelli has a lock on first. Gene Davis takes a little different line. Doug Cooper spins in turn 5. Billy Cantrell thrills the crowd. The caution flag bunches the cars up for a restart. Jones leads Johnson, Jarrett, Lorenzen, and Panch. Dan Gurney in number 121 is challenging Jones for the lead. It's important to be ready for anything. Bob Connor spins in turn 6. AJ gets the word from his crew that Parnelli is out. Gurney is the new leader. Is second in 00. Ned Jarrett slams the wall in turn 6 and is forced to pit for repairs. Suddenly, Jarrett's car explodes and is engulfed in flames. Ned scrambles out of the car and escapes uninjured. Foyt battles Panch in turn 6. Gurney and Foyt hold down first and second through turn 9. The crowd loves it. Foyt tries a little too hard in turn 8. Gurney has built a big lead. Trouble on the 167th lap. Foyt has no brakes and ducks to the inside to avoid Junior Johnson. Foyt goes into the dirt at over 100 miles per hour and flips end over end for several hundred feet. AJ was lucky to live through this one. He was hospitalized in serious condition and was out of action for months. After the restart, Dan builds a tremendous lead. It looks like Gurney is going to make it 3 in a row. Dan takes the checker and wins the Motor Trend 500.
44 cars charge down for the start. Pearson has the lead. Gurney, Punch, and Curtis Turner take the next 3 positions. The rest of the field jockey for position. Gurney is the new leader. Charlie Powell tests the wall in turn 6. Dick Gulfstrand thrills the crowd in turn 1. Gurney is really smooth. Curtis is on Dan's tail. Jerry Grant and Bob McCoy get together in turn 4. Bob almost has company. Bobby Allison spins in turn 7. Turner pressures Gurney in turn 9. Turner takes over first. Miles on Riverside's tough course requires total concentration. Time for service. The Wood brothers hustle over Gurney's car. Gurney is in the lead. Curtis gets a little wide in turn 2. Hurtubise passes Cale for 6th. Turner is back in first place. Gurney comes in for a quick service stop. Dan holds on to the lead. Curtis spins and Pearson goes by, taking over second place. Dave is on Dan's bumper. Bobby Allison spins. Gurney is pulling away in first place. Pearson holds on to second. Curtis continues to have trouble. Dan Gurney wins again. Dan makes it 4 in a row. Gurney set a new track record, averaging over 97 miles per hour. a tired but happy winner.
If a race driver is ever elected President of the United States, it probably will be Dan Gurney. People come to the road course at Riverside, California each year to see Gurney and Grand National stock car racing, in roughly that order. There have been 6 500-mile races here. Gurney has won 5 of them. At the start of the 1968 contest, his number 121 Ford Torino was in the pole position as the 44 screaming stock cars came off the pace lap at turn 9 and charged the green flag. Into the second lap, the driver of car number 115 is leading the pack. He won at Riverside in 1967 and is flat out for 2 straight victories. For Gurney and the others, this is the man to beat.
Well, I think that a race car is something special. I think that a race car should be built so that you can drive them hard all the way. There's places that were, only certain given RPM that were supposed to turn the engine, but if you squeak it a couple RPM over that, it usually doesn't hurt them. And of course, you don't plan to do that all day long, but if it's necessary, it doesn't seem to bother them too much.
By the first pit stops, Jones' lead over the second place Gurney is 16 seconds. But Gurney's Torino is being maintained by the legendary Wood brothers. He is in and out in 22 seconds. A 40-second pit stop for Jones drops him to second place. The duel resumes. By the 4th hour, Gurney has built a lead of 50 seconds. But a flat tire in turn 8 sends him to the pits. Shredded rubber has fouled his rear suspension. As the Wood brothers work frantically to loosen the debris, Gurney watches the lead pass to Parnelli Jones. After an agonizing minute and 25 seconds, car 121 is back in the race, 56 seconds behind the pace setter. From third place, Gurney begins his charge. He picks up a second, then 2. He is 53 seconds behind, but is averaging more than 100 miles an hour over the twisting 9-turn road course. 80,000 people are counting seconds and laps. Through turns 6 and 8 and into Riverside's long straight, he's close enough to reach out and touch the lead. Then, coming out of turn 9, it is Dan Gurney in front. Gurney makes it 5 for 6 at Riverside, a record without precedent in racing. He led a Ford sweep of the first 5 positions and is one of 13 finishers in a race which started 44 cars. And to the people of Southern California, he remains auto racing's best bet for the presidency.
Richard Petty, driving his 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner, came up with the fastest time and started on the pole. Bobby Allison, piloting a Dodge, was alongside. Another Dodge, driven by a California independent, Ray Elder, was in the 3rd spot. With Bobby Isaac's Dodge starting 4th, the head of this 40-car field looked like the Chrysler Proving Grounds. On the green flag, it was like an Indianapolis start, with Bobby Isaacs moving up alongside Petty and Allison for a 3-abreast explosion out of the hole. Richard wins the drag and takes the lead going into turn 6. The traffic is heavy. The action starts early. Down the front chute, and at the end of the first lap, it's Petty, Isaacs, Elder, and Bobby Allison. They're wound up now and flying. Jack McCoy pushes his Dodge Charger a little too hard through the turn and spins it out. But nobody touches him, and he goes back in the race. Here's Baldwin, the 07 Chevelle, looking for an easy way through the S's. Now Bobby Allison, who's been pacing himself back in third, makes a bid, challenges Petty, and takes the lead in turn 9, with David Pearson, who started 16th, moving into the third spot. Pearson is hot today. He wants that lead and takes it in turn 6. Another Chevelle finds the turn a little too tight and spins in the dirt. This one is driven by Bob Koff. Uh-oh, that's all she wrote for the boy from Spartansburg, South Carolina. Davy Pearson just blew that Ford all over the racetrack, and he heads for the garage. With Pearson out, the lead goes to Bobby Allison, but Petty is breathing right down his pipes. Out of turn 6, Petty drives Allison hard, forcing him to the outside, and the Randleman rocket fires underneath. Richard Petty is back in the number 1 spot. There goes another one. Ron Grable in the Ford number 5, just blew coming into turn 6. With oil on the track from Grable's engine, they drop the yellow flag. This brings half the field into the pits. The action is frantic. On the restart, Ray Elder has the lead, but with Allison and Petty running second and third, he'll have to hustle. Petty is second now and closing on Elder fast. But through the 9th turn, Richard's Roadrunner pops a puff of smoke. He could be having some trouble. There goes Bobby Isaacs. Bobby spun that Dodge all the way around, but he keeps it out of trouble and may head for the pits for new rubber. Ray Elder is still out in front, and it looks like Petty is having his problems. He's on the track, but running much slower. Watch it. Dick Brown in the Plymouth broke the suspension through turn 9, goes high, careens off the wall, and heads for the pits. Petty is also in, and with the hood up. It doesn't look good. All the top cars, including the leader, Ray Elder, in number 96, take this opportunity to pick up fuel and new rubber. Bobby Allison makes a beautiful 18-second pit stop and goes back on the track with the lead. There goes Elder. He'll have the second spot behind Allison. After a lengthy stop for suspension adjustment, Isaac drops his Charger in low gear and winds out of the pits. And that's the end for Richard Petty. He dropped a valve, and with the engine blown, Maurice Petty and the crew pushed the Roadrunner behind the wall. Here's the leader, Bobby Allison, in the Dodge number 12. Ray Elder is running second, Benny Parsons third, and Bobby Isaacs fourth. On the 121st lap, Allison pits for fuel and left side tires. While he's on the jack, Elder is on the track and screams into the lead. Elder's Dodge is handling perfectly through every turn. It looks a little bit odd at this event to see anything but a Ford in the lead, but the Dodges and Plymouths have run wild today. James Hilton, one of the newer additions to the Ford stable, dives down pit row for fuel. As the race grinds toward the checkered flag, Ray Elder wheels into the pits. If everything goes according to plan, this will be his last scheduled pit stop. Elder's crew knows this track, and they're planning the race right down to the last mile. He goes back on the track second to Allison. Meanwhile, Bobby Allison's crew flash him the sign to take it easy and try and conserve gas and tires. If he can go all the way without another stop, he stands a good chance of taking the win. Elder is picking up the pace now. He's closing the gap on Allison's Dodge at the rate of about a half a second on every lap. With only 10 laps to go, Bobby is forced to pit for fuel. And on the track, Ray Elder barrels out of turn 9 onto the front chute, past the pits, and into the lead. This stop cost Allison 14 seconds, but with only a handful of laps to go in the race, it makes him a distant second. If Elder has enough fuel and can hold on to the lead, he'll be the first West Coast independent NASCAR driver to ever win this event. Elder's Dodge, number 96, looks and sounds stronger on every lap as he screams down the front chute for the white flag. One more round, and it's all his. With a satin-smooth Hemi engine in a beautifully handling Dodge Charger, plus a 10-second lead over Bobby Allison, you can almost see the smile on Ray Elder's face as he pounds down the straightaway for the checkered flag. And with $20,000 waiting in victory lane, no wonder he was in such a hurry. Once again, the good old Southern boys from NASCAR invaded Riverside, California for the Western 500. They brought with them their thundering late model stock cars and a competitive fierceness unmatched in any other form of auto racing. David Pearson, driving the Wood Brothers Purolator Mercury number 21, captured the pole position. The fourth year in a row that a Wood Brothers Mercury took fast time on this 2.62-mile road course. Cale Yarborough was the second fastest qualifier in the Car Care Chevy 11. Bobby Allison, in another Chevy, number 12, was third. George Fulmer fourth, with the third row consisting of Gary Bettenhausen and Richard Petty. They led this 35-car field down for the green flag, and they're off. There goes Yarborough. Cale loses it as the entire field snakes through the S's. David Pearson jumps into the early lead with Bobby Allison second. Cale straightens it out and gets back on the track, but now he's dead last. Out of turn 9 and past the start line, Bobby Allison pulls up on the outside of Pearson and takes the lead away. But in the S's, Bobby goes wide in the dirt and David grabs the front spot back. George Fulmer is third, Petty fourth. On the second lap, George Fulmer's number 15 stalls in turn 6. Unable to start it, a wrecker pushes him off the track and behind the pit wall. When this happened, Gary Bettenhausen fired the Matador number 16 into the third spot. Entering turn 6, Bobby Allison slides his Coke machine into the front spot and drops Pearson into second. Gary Bettenhausen is a distant third in the Matador with Richard Petty closing on him in the Dodge. Now Cale Yarborough in the Monte Carlo 11 has come from the rear of the field to the 10th spot, and he's really moving. That was number 98, Richie Ponce, who hit the wall, spun out, but he's all right and gets back on the track into the race. On the 16th lap, Cale Yarborough has caught Bobby Allison. He's running a strong second and challenging Bobby for the lead. One lap later, Allison can no longer fight Yarborough off, and Cale takes him on the high side through turn 9 to grab the lead. From last to first place in 17 laps has to be some kind of a record. Petty has been working Bettenhausen over on every lap. Now he tries him again through the turn. Car 9, Tony Bettenhausen Jr. bobbles it through the S's, goes off the track, but gets right back on again. '94 Bill Osborne blows an engine, goes off the track, up the hill, and comes to a rest against the retaining wall. Another car out of the race. Look out! Gary Bettenhausen loses it in turn 8. He spins it around. The yellow flag came out briefly, but he gets back on the track and the green flies again. Race leader Cale Yarborough pits and the Junior Johnson crew goes to work. This stop took them almost 40 seconds, and David Pearson took over the lead. But on the next lap, he pitted, which put Bobby Allison's Chevy number 12 out in front. Richard Petty's number 43 Dodge holds second place. 11, Cale Yarborough is third, with David Pearson's Purolator Mercury fourth. The heavy overcast skies that had been threatening all day finally shed water. And after a couple of spin-outs on the wet track, the yellow light flashed. The red came out on the 63rd lap, and the race was halted. On a Saturday, the Porsche pace car led the field off the start line to resume the action on the 63rd lap where they left off a week ago. After several pit stops, Cale Yarborough in number 11 led all cars down for the green flag. 72, Benny Parsons was second. David Pearson's 21 is third. Allison in the Chevy 12, fourth. The skies are no more promising today than they were a week ago. And these boys all look like they're in a hurry to beat the rain. All cars are really jockeying for position now. Cale is cutting those corners high and low, trying to stretch his lead as all cars jam into the turn. There goes another one. Car 9, Tony Bettenhausen, lost it entering turn 6. Goes off the track, spins in the dirt, and then goes back in the race. There's a wild wheel. Look out. The yellow comes out again on the 118th lap when J.D. McDuffie in the Chevy number 70 breaks his suspension and loses a wheel in the fourth turn. With the yellow on, all the action goes to pit road. On the restart, Cale Yarborough is the leader in the car care Chevy 11. Bobby Allison's Coke Machine second. David Pearson third. Petty fourth. Nobody told these rebels they're supposed to go single file through the turns. These country boys run this track like a dirt road through the mountains. But that do make it thrilling, don't it? Cale is out in front, smiling and running like he's got a trunk full of booze. Richard Petty's running second and slowly closing the gap on Cale. David Pearson, Mr. Cool, he's in the third spot, figuring if he doesn't win this one, he'll get the next one. After all, it's only money. By the time the final lap comes up, Cale Yarborough has about a 3-second lead over second place Richard Petty. David Pearson has to settle for third, Benny Parsons fourth, and Bobby Allison, who had some transmission troubles, takes home the 5th place money. Cale eased his Monte Carlo toward victory lane with tender love and care, for it's here that he ran out of gasoline. The crew didn't want to call Cale in for gas. They figured he had just enough to make it, and they were right. But there was over $15,000 riding on that decision.
Temperature around 80 degrees. The cars, 37, are poised and set to go. Yesterday, we spoke with a gentleman that has operated this track for a number of years, Les Richter.
Well, they see Grand National Stock Car Racing in a different form, and it's exciting for the people that have been raised on it, and it's interesting to those people in the South to come out here to see their good old boys and their stars and their favorites run a course where they have to shift up and down, turn right and left, and it makes it exciting when you consider that oval racing is drafting. Here it is a lot of skill of shifting and braking and being able to figure out what you're going to do in the next turn. So Riverside has a lot of my heart in it, and it's going to be a great race today, and we're really delighted that we have these two races here at Riverside.
Well, right here you're trying to gear up for the bridge area of the track, which is a real tricky area. You've just shifted from third into fourth. You're running probably in the neighborhood of 85 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour. You want to hold the line extremely tight here as you come up over the bridge. Hold the car in as close to the barrier as possible, and you let the car float out. Obviously, we had some barriers here, which does not occur during the race time. We'd run over this poor guard here if that would be the case. So at this point, you'd be gathering the car back up to the extreme left of the course, and there's some white stripes on the track, which denotes braking and shifting points for you to relate to. This is one shift point. Another shift point here. If you're working good, you'd be back into third gear right here. You'd be running for the low side of the track, the ripple strips to the right, and picking up power at this point. And the car's centrifugal force of the car, the way the car is taking to the outside of the course here, a lot of dirt. You want to stay away from the dirt because that's not the thing to be playing on right now. You hold the car in extremely tight to the left here because you're coming up on an extremely blind corner here, and you're really concerned about objects that might be in front of your race car at this point.
How fast are we going, Joe?
We're running probably right now. We're probably in the neighborhood of 100 miles an hour and gathering speed at all times. We're running in third gear, and you want to hold that line extremely tight. You're back to the left side of the course now. You want to hit the ripple strips on the left. And now your major concern is you're looking at turn 6. You've got a tight line back to the right again here, and I would think that at this point is probably the toughest part of the course coming up here as you hit this last set of ripple strips here on the right. You're on the brakes extremely hard. We're pulling the car down to about 65 miles an hour at the top of the hill. We're coming back into second gear. The ripple strips on the left, extreme left. We let the car stay to the left, so we got a good motion around the turn 6. You hit those ripple strips on the right here. You're starting to pick the power back up because this is an extremely critical area right here. You lose the car here and you're going to be in the guardrail. As you pull off this part of the course, you get just a little bit of roller coaster effect. You're downhill and the car is accelerating extremely good. You're heading toward extremely flat corner ahead, and you're still in second gear at this point. You're turning the engine at maximum RPM somewhere in the neighborhood of 8,500 RPM. If the crew chief doesn't realize you're turning that many RPM, you jam the brakes on here extremely hard here, and you fly on the extreme right-hand side of the course to pick up the ripple strips in this area, and you're starting to pick up power, and it's still remaining in second gear. And as you power off of this corner here, you're still in second. You jump to the left side of the course here and hit the ripple strips here on the left, and now you feed the car back to the right-hand side of the course, and you're talking RPM of 7,500, 8,000, and you'd probably hit third gear right in this area.
Okay, when you're going back down through the back chute right now, do you notice anything? Is this a chance for you to take a break, from the lap that you're running?
No, you really don't. You'd like to think so. Obviously, this tape is run at approximately 30 miles an hour. This part of the track right here, we're probably approaching 120 miles an hour. Just as we get to the bridge, we're probably at 155. So obviously, you got your mind on your business because now you've shifted the car into third gear. You're watching attack because you don't want to over-rev the engine. And in this area here, you pull the car into high gear, and now you're gathering up maximum speed as you head underneath the bridge area.
Is this the best place to pass someone?
Picking up a draft right here. The bump causes you a little bit of trouble, but you're going to try to pick up a draft. Hopefully you're leading, but let's say you're running second or third. You're trying to pick up a draft and shoot by the guy here at the bridge. you got to be careful now because we got to be at the extreme right-hand side of the course because there's a dog leg coming up here. It's wide open if you're running good. These are just relation points. On the left-hand side of the screen, there's the white area that you're picking up on, and you have to be extremely tight here as you break around the dog leg. And the numbers on the left denote, what you can do with your car. If you got a poor handling car, you're going to back off here at 4. If you got a better handling car, you're going to come down to 3. And the guys that's really brave might get down to 2. I've never seen 2 before, but you're on the brakes extremely hard. You run 170 mile an hour. You stand on the brakes. You get down to approximately 1 here, and you're back into 3rd gear, which helps deaccelerate the car some more. And at this point, you're trying to negotiate the turn at the extreme bottom of the track here. Kick up a little dust, cause the guy a little bit of trouble behind you if you can. It makes the course a little slicker. And I would say at this point here, as you enter the Budweiser signs you're trying to pick up, obviously you're not thinking of Budweiser, but you're picking up speed right here. And this is the longest period of time you're into a corner. This is the most critical part of the course you run on because you're in the corner so long. And obviously you come to the outside here and you're a little concerned because now you're setting to the outside of the car and you're close at this Winston sign. You're about 6 inches away from the guardrail yourself, so you're a little concerned. And now you were looking at the start-finish line, and you're moving over toward the right-hand side of the course here, and you're picking up 4th gear just about the start-finish line before you come back up over the bridge.
Think you can get the checkered flag that the guy's going to throw?
Well, that's what it's all for. That's the first guy. That's a stripe right there. That's the most important aspect of it. If you have a little trouble, you pull off the course like this, and you explain to the mechanics maybe what happened.
Flagman is standing by. He's ready. The green waves. They charge down towards turn 1. Your early leader is Darrell Waltrip. He was expected to jump out front and take a lead. The second place runner will be Tim Richmond. Going 3rd will be Ricky Rudd. The 4th place runner is Terry Labonte. They come through the S's. Right now they're in 3rd gear coming up through this portion of the course. Coming up to turn 6. This is the outside retaining wall. It's kind of unique. We'll explain it to you a little later. Waltrip dives over to the inside, apexes the corner perfectly. He heads down the short chute now, making his way towards turn 8. He works the outside of the track, covers down very well, apexes the corner beautifully now, moves over to the left-hand side of the track. He's going down the long back straightaway, 3,000 feet before he gets to the dog leg, 4,000 feet for the entire distance. Coming under the bridge, there's a bump right there. All these cars will feel the effects of that. As the suspensions get softer, some of these cars will actually bottom out. They're running single file coming through the dog leg. Waltrip now stretches out his lead. Waltrip by 5 car lengths. Now we see the 27 car, Richmond, trying to make a bid, gets into the corner and brakes late, tries to draw up onto the rear bumper of the number 11 car. The 2-time national champion is back to the stripe. Darrell Waltrip, car 11. Richmond 2nd. Rudd is 3rd. Labonte runs 4th. 5th place runner Jeff Bodine. 7th Harry Gant. 8th on the field is Richard Petty, and he's being challenged by Bobby Allison as they go back through the S's. Coming through the S's, they are running the perfect line here. It's very difficult to pass during this portion of the track. Richmond rolls out to the outside. Richmond made a dive. We have a car on the pit lane, and that's Neil Bonnet. Bonnet obviously has a problems with the inside tires here at the track, which are on the right rather than on the left. He's in the pits now, an early pit stop. Another car in. Car number 96 is also into the pit area. The 96 car in early. Sterling Marlin also in. 96 is Jim Bound, who started up front. He was one of the quicker West Coast drivers to qualify in the race. Bonnet is back out of the pits. Bonnet in early. Bonnet scraped the retaining wall somewhere on the course, and with the problems, he had to report into the pit area. Waltrip takes it into turn number 9. He's being challenged now as Ricky Rudd has moved up onto the rear bumper of Tim Richmond. Richmond and Rudd wanting to run right onto that rear bumper as they come back onto the main straightaway at an exchange for position. For Richmond, he'll have to settle for 3rd momentarily. Terry Labonte will continue to run in 4th place, and Jeff Bodine is now up to 5th. Bodine on the charge in his Pontiac. Junior Johnson says that Bodine is due to win anytime. It could come this afternoon here in the Budweiser 400. Certainly the car that's out front right now, and apparently is going to dominate these opening laps, unless he's challenged by Ricky Rudd, is Darrell Waltrip.
This is one of the serious problems with new pavement, and I understand that this was just paved 2 days ago, Bill. These are the heaviest cars that Les Richter has here that run on the cars on this pavement. Most of the cars, such as sports car racing or IndyCar, will weigh 1,800 pounds up to 2,400 pounds. Here we have a car racing around that weighs 3,700 pounds, maybe a gross weight of close to 4,000 pounds. And so it takes, with the heat of the sun, the fresh asphalt, and the heaviness of the cars, we get this breakup of asphalt. Very dangerous, very slippery, broken windshields, cut tires, etc.
Well, they're passing through the area right now that they're having that problem in. Bodine, 88, the leader. Harry Gant runs second in 33. Then Ricky Rudd, Bobby Allison, and then Terry Labonte in fifth. And Terry's got a small problem. Well, certainly he's one of the hottest running West Coast drivers, as Ronnie Thomas, the young independent driver out of Christiansburg, Virginia, in the 41 car, takes it back out into the wars. Down that long back straightaway, your leaders come through the dogleg. We're working the 22nd lap at the present time. The Dygaard machine is out front. Jeff Bodine proving his worth right now in car number 88. And I stand to be corrected. That is not a Dygaard racing car. It's carrying the colors that Dygaard had last year, the Gatorade sponsorship. It's a Cliff Stewart entry. Harry Gant down to the inside. Gant tries to make a move, almost rolls into the rear bumper as they go through turn one in the dog leg that takes him to turn number 2. But Gant is set to challenge. Bobby Allison is right behind Ricky Rudd. There's a little separation among those cars. It's still early in the going. 95 laps will constitute this Budweiser 400 and lose the adhesion characteristics, make him slow down under braking and make him fall back into second place. But Ruttman won't have anything to do with that as he drags the entire field down that long 4,000-foot back straightaway and through the dog leg. They're coming under the bridge right now. They'll make the dog leg to the left. They're in fourth gear, running approximately 185 miles an hour. Now hard on the brakes goes Ruttman as he comes into turn 9, drops the car over into the dirt. But look at Harry Gant. Gant takes a high side line. Gant goes out in front. Gant rim rides out of turn 9, brings out against the outside wall. The car doesn't falter. He's dragging along Ricky Rudd. It's almost like something happened to Ruttman. He is being hotly pursued by 2 young lions. One of those, Ricky Rudd, still looking for his first win, and the other one is the guy that won 2 times last season. They come under the bridge. Ricky Rudd, he's under him. He makes the pass, going into turn 9, stands hard on the brake, turns hard to the right now. He gets through there, but look at Richmond. Richmond is there. Richmond threatens. Richmond rides to the outside, takes the long line through turn 9. It's really a shame that that car, number 44, was wrecked here at Riverside International Raceway. That was a brand new car that Terry Labonte brought here for the Billy Hagan racing team. It had been recently constructed and just finished off last Thursday night. He came here, he said, man, I've got a car that's set up strictly for road racing. This is an opportunity. He started right up there in 3rd place. He helped break the old track record. Then it all comes to an end in a crash with Trevor Boyes and Tim Richmond. Of course, Richmond and Labonte running for position in this afternoon's Budweiser 400. Of course, one of the sponsors on the Terry Labonte car, John Schneider from the Dukes of Hazzard.
Riverside, California is not too far from Hollywood, California, and one of the people that is always close by the racing is John Schneider of the Dukes of Hazzard. John, you're a part sponsor on Terry Labonte's car, right?
Yes, I am. I'm an associate sponsor, and you see I got my shirt and everything. It's great. I started this year in the first race with Daytona 500. Got involved there. I've been involved singing for Budweiser at the different, boy, that's loud, at the different fairs and different things that they have. And it's grown into this. Who knows? Maybe one day I can not only just sit around and watch the cars, maybe I can get in one. That'd be a lot of fun.
You have a thing called the Celebrity Machine.
Yeah, here, look there. See?
There it is right there on the back. Tell me a little bit about that, John.
Well, we fix and sell exotic sports cars. We fix Maseratis, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and also we make, I've got a 1966 Corvette, and we've made that go a lot faster than it was ever supposed to go. I guess we fix them more than we sell them, but it's kind of my hobby turned into a business. I had a couple of cars that didn't run very well, and I found a mechanic, and he needed a place to do his work. So open up a shop. His name is Gary Kirsten. We've got 2 shops now, one in Burbank and one in Studio City.
It sounds great. Has Terry got a good chance of winning today?
Oh, you bet. It's even better than a good chance. He's going to win.
Okay, John.
You know, he had the track record for about a minute and a half, and then the other 2 guys beat him, but we had a bad engine in the car at that time. We put a brand new engine in. We're going to walk away with it.
Okay, John Snyder, the Dukes of Hazzard here, working on Terry Labonte's car, number 44.
It's eluded him since he started racing in 1975. He won a race earlier this year at Dover Downs, Delaware, a late model sportsman race as a preliminary to the Mason-Dixon 500. He's down the back straightaway. What a feeling he must have right now. I imagine there's probably a tear running down his cheek because it's taken a long time for the son of Al Rudd to reach victory lane. A beautiful shot now as he comes through the dog leg. He heads for turn number 9. He looks sharp. The Monte Carlo SS, the Piedmont pacemaker, the pride of Chesapeake, Virginia, is on his way. You have to have feelings and emotion for a young driver like this who has persevered and persevered, and he's around for the finish. Harold Kinder waves a checkered flag. He has his hand out of the window for Ricky Rudd. It's his first victory ever coming here at Riverside, California. Second place goes to Bill Elliott. Third place, car number 33, Harry Gant. Fourth will go to Earnhardt. Fifth place, looks like Dick Brooks. His crew, ecstatic. They're happy, they're overjoyed. What an opportunity and what an emotional moment for this driver coming into victory lane here. They can't hardly believe it, but their driver has brought it home, the winner of the 1983 Budweiser 400. But the pride of Chesapeake, Virginia, Ricky Rudd, takes the honors this afternoon here at Riverside, California.
Richard Childers, this has got to be the happiest day in racing that you have ever had. Your feelings right now?
Well, I'm just thrilled for the whole crew and Ricky and everyone behind us. They've, Piedmont Airlines has stuck with us, when we had bad times, and they're a great sponsor, and A&W Trucking is a co-sponsor, and they've been with us. And it's we got a winning team. We just had a lot of bad luck, and we've had a lot of people to work hard and put it together. Kirk Shamardine, the crew chief, he's super.
Will this turn it around for you, do you feel like, Richard?
Well, we hope so. Racing's tough, and you can't count on nothing in it from race to race. You just got to go out and race every race individual and do as hard as you can.
Okay, Richard Childers got to be the happiest crew chief here in Riverside, California.
For anyone who's followed the career of Ricky Rudd, it's been a long time coming. He's been second, but he had never won a Winston Cup race, and it had to come so far from home.
Well, Bill, you kind of make that sound like a eulogy or something, but now we're just tickled to death with it, like you say. We've been waiting a long time for this, and just really tickled to death that it's come. It just really hasn't sunk in. It's hard to believe that this Piedmont Airlines A&W Trucking Company car held together all day long. It was the strongest car on the racetrack. The guys back home did a good job on the motors, and we had the car that was the one to beat out there today, but we were just worried about finishing. We broke down the last 3 or 4 races.
Well, the car certainly handled flawlessly for you. It looked like you were taking it easy the final lap or so once you noticed that Darrell Waltrip started dropping back.
Well, really, it was only a few times that I ran the car really hard, and we were really worried about maybe blistering tires. We were pulling a lot of heat on our tire temperatures, and we were worried that we might abuse the tire if we ran it really hard. And after one set of tires, they looked good the last time they pulled them off. I went ahead and ran the car hard for about 10 or 15 laps, trying to keep Darrell behind me. It was shaping up to be a good race. I could see it starting to open daylight in between me and him. Then all of a sudden, I guess he had some kind of trouble, and I just kind of paced around the last couple of laps to finish it.
Well, I know you're looking forward to visiting Victory Lane again. Riverside, California, home of the Budweiser 400, and this one was for you, Ricky.
Well, thank you. Thank the Budweiser crew, for the whole Budweiser people, for putting this race on.
Our congratulations to Ricky Rudd and his victory here in the Budweiser 400 at Riverside, California. Well, I guess that concludes our day here at Riverside, California, Lauren.
Well, Bill, we talked all day about Ricky, and he was challenged by the old pros, by Bobby Allison, and by the current champion, Darrell Waltrip. And Ricky had the rhythm. We talked about it. He had the car working. He seemed to be able to do it, and everyone came up and challenged him. But Ricky had it. It was his day, and we're just very proud. He's going to be a great Budweiser winner here today.
Riverside, California, the Budweiser 400. For Lauren St. Lawrence and Pat Patterson, I'm Bill Hennessy. Getting ready for the start of the Winston Western 500 here today. Today,
Bobby Allison completes his 20th attempt to win the Grand National Stock Car Championship in the Winston Cup. He has never succeeded at doing that for the last 2 years. The younger man, the outspoken Darrell Waltrip, has outrun Allison for the title in this, the last event of the year. The question today is, will Waltrip do it again? It sounds so easy. Allison has to finish 13th or better, and he's won the championship. As we watch Darrell Waltrip, the pole sitter, rolling out, he only has to finish 13th or better. And the last 3 times Bobby Allison has been at the Riverside International Raceway, he has finished 22nd, 16th, and 27th. Richmond had qualified second fastest, but he blew his engine on the first day, had problems with the car. And so now Richmond is relegated because he did not make the first day qualifying to the 26th starting position. And what a charge he's going to be making. The other camera live on board will be with car number 33, the Skoal Bandit. Harry Gant will be at the controls of that car. Harry Gant has qualified well. He is in that 7th starting position in the Skoal Bandit for today's race. Now they're on that long back straightaway. It seems ageless and endless as you're running. But when you're under full speed, that thing goes by in just a matter of seconds. And then you're into turn number 9. We'll be back for the start of the Winston Western 500 in a moment. 42 starters all lined up. $275,000 at stake, as prestigious race to win and the national title here as well. Ricky Rudd in the number 3, the Piedmont Airlines car on the inside. And there is Darrell Waltrip sitting on the pole. Has to win, must-win situation for the defending champion of NASCAR. Here they are into that sweeper. A savage, nasty turn. Was here just a few months back that Rolf Stolman lost his life in a Porsche car. Here they are out of turn number 9, coming down for the green flag. Harold Kinder has it in hand. And now Jerry Long of R.J. Reynolds drops the green flag, and we are underway. On the brake, Brutman in a third. Brutman loves this track. You must stay on the asphalt. If you get off, it will trap you like quicksand today. Field is away. Number 11, Waltrip in front. Rudd from the outside in second position. And you're with Tim Richmond as he comes out of 25th position. Snarling, grinding, fighting his way. He's just gone by Morgan Shepherd. He's up to 24th. He's going after Donnie Allison in the number 88. You're live in Tim Richmond's car as he hurdles up into turn 6. Meanwhile, the leaders are approaching turn 8. Waltrip in front. In the second position, right behind him comes Ricky Rudd. And now in third is Ruttman. And in fourth is Labonte. Down they go in the back straightaway. Coming to full speed, Waltrip in the lead, up to 170, 175 miles per hour, and then into that turn where you just don't want to let go. You just have to ease that car, and now you're back once again with our live onboard camera. Going down beneath the bridge, this camera should take a hit right about here. Here with Tim Richmond as he goes by, still another car, approaching turn 9 and pulls himself up into the 23rd position. Here he is around turn 9. This is what it looks like. Correction, you're in the Skoal Bandit car. You're running in 6th place right now. That's Harry Gant, number 33. The Skoal Bandit car of Burt Reynolds and Hal Needham, right up there in the front of the hunt. They've had some oil pickup problems on that car. But there you see Harry Gant fighting his way through this field. Looking around out of the side of the car, out of the back of his machine as we go back to the leader, and Ricky Rudd, relentless in his last ride in car number 3. A lot of driver changes at the end of the year. And here they come another time. Down into turn 8. Waltrip on the point. He's won here twice. There's Joe Ruttman still there. Labonte still lying 4th. Front 4 all together. Lead automobiles all together. Back straightaway, second lap. As they wheel down for 118 laps. It is car number 11, Waltrip, in the position he must be in. And remember, Allison can win the championship if he finishes 13th. Richmond trying to close it up on Bill Elliott. The interval stays about 3 seconds between them. There are the leaders. And there is Richmond, and you can see up in front of it, there's a lap car in between. Bill Elliott, who he's focusing on in the Ford Thunderbird. And here's Harry Gant. And Harry Gant is right up behind the car of Terry Labonte. That's Labonte running directly in front of the Skull Bandit. Richard Petty is in. Another of the leaders having tire problems here. The 6th place car, the 1969 and 72 winner of the event, Richard Petty, 7-time national champion, in for an unscheduled stop, and he's back on the track. Now you're with Harry Gant. You're in the Skull Bandit. That car is running in 3rd place at the present time. Waltrip first, Labonte second. You're with Harry Gant, and there he is. There you see Terry Labonte just in front of him in the red car. That's the battle for second position. Here they are by the start-finish line, by our location, going into turn number 1. Harry Gant settles in, heads for the S's, pulls up on Terry Labonte. Incredible pictures as they rocket through, and you're watching it live today here on Superstation WTBS, back inside of the old Milwaukee car with Tim Richmond. And remember that Richmond is running in the 5th position, looking for Earnhardt. Meanwhile, late report from scoring, Bobby Allison up to 16th. The 1975 and 81 winner of this event. There were 2 races in 81 on this track, and he won them both. Allison is up to 16th. And we have it, and Waltrip in the 11 goes down through the speedy dry, and he's taking the lead. Darrell Waltrip is thrusting car number 11 back in front. Here comes Richmond. Allison has the championship won if he can keep running. But if anything should go wrong on car number 22, it could be Waltrip to win the title, and right now the race itself. Darrell Waltrip, he may be having trouble keeping that car in high gear at turn 9, but he sure didn't that time. He's out in front by 4 car lengths. Second place car is Tim Richmond. Third is Bobby Allison, and Allison has the championship handled if he can stay there.
Benny Parson has moved into 3rd, and he's gaining on Richmond some now.
But they're built to take it. 3,700 pounds of race car at Pontiac, staying in front through 6. Waltrip, Parsons, Allison, front 4.
You got to remember, Ken, when you run across those ripples, you hit them with the inside of the car, and there's not much weight on the inside of the car at that particular time, so it doesn't do as much damage as you would think it would do.
Ohio's Richmond and Darrell Waltrip of Franklin, Tennessee, locked in a war for first place at Riverside, California.
Don't count Benny Parsons out either, Ken. He's coming.
If these two get together, Benny Parsons is home.
Absolutely. Benny is really running them down. He's coming on strong.
Bobby Allison in that 9th position. He's won the championship if he can stay there. Gary Nelson looking a little perplexed as he smiled and said, well, we have a little problem here, but we think we can get through it.
Well, he knows that all he has to do is finish where he is now, so I think they played it smart. When Bobby saw that fuel pressure fluctuating a little bit, he came straight in, got fuel, and now here goes Waltrip in the lead.
Darrell Waltrip down the inside, and caution is coming out there, wheel to wheel. They're racing back to the line. This could decide it. There is rain on the track. Waltrip was told to go for it. Here comes 27 back. They're racing out of the corner. They're sideways. Waltrip is sideways.
Benny Parsons going to win the race.
Parsons is coming down. Number 55, Benny Parsons, is across the line to win it. If it stops here, they've just gone under caution. Waltrip and Richmond have taken each other out coming out of turn number 9. It's raining hard. I don't think they're going to get another lap in. Up through 6. Bobby Allison, who's won some $4,200,000 in his racing career. But there's a lot more that money at stake, as Kelly Yarborough will tell you. I always had the feeling, Cale, that you'd be out racing. There wasn't a ticket sold, wasn't a person in the grandstand, because you really get a kick out of this.
Well, there's no doubt about it. You know, racing is still a lot of fun. If the fun wasn't there, I would quit altogether. But even though I've cut back on my schedule and only run about half the circuit, the green is out now, and here we're going to see some kind of dash to the end.
I guess we are. They are back underway. This is it, the final laps of the Winston Western 500 down into turn number 9. Parsons is in front. There's Elliott in second. There you see Tim Richmond in third. Neil Bonnet up to fourth. Battle for the lead as they go down into the turn. In the inside, it's Elliott. On the outside is Parsons. Who's going to give? Parsons going back. Bill Elliott is in front. Can he stay there? Can he win the first race of his career? The Ford is in front. Whoa, a hard smack as Benny Parsons ran into the side of 27. Here they are still fighting as they come out of that turn number 1 area. Parsons back to second. Tim Richmond is in third. Neil Bonnet is in fourth. What a slugfest. What a way to end it. Bill Elliott drawing away now.
He is really running a good race now. I knew before the caution came out that Bill was real strong. He was gaining on everybody and running them down. Now he's showing his power.
And you see that yellow and blue car sliding, just skittering up toward the wall. That's the 15 of Dale Earnhardt. He is in 5th. Back in 6th is Darrell Waltrip.
And the rain's coming hard again, Ken.
Rain is coming hard again. Will there be a flag? That's the report. There is rain around the track. Here they are in the back straightaway. Bill Elliott in front, trying to hold on to it. Parsons is in 2nd. Elliott pulling away. Now here comes that 2nd place entourage of 5 automobiles going down into turn number 9. No sign of a flag yet. 55. Benny Parsons stays 2nd. Here comes Richmond closing up on him. There's the leader, number 9, Bill Elliott.
Turn number 9 is wet.
And turn number 9 is wet. Very slippery, turn number 9. Here they come off the corner. Richmond right to the wall. One car in trouble. Neil Bonnet tagged it and came away. There's Bonnet coming by. And the rest of the field, there's Waltrip back in 6th. Caution is coming out. Caution is coming out. What a turnaround. Elliott in front. Yellow is on the racetrack.
But they can race all the way back to the flag.
That is correct. They will come all the way back around. 2.6 miles left and one more time through turn number 9. And with no tread on those tires, those slick tires, it is treacherous, mean going here. Bobby Allison has let them go race. He has the championship. His quest is over for Elliott, who has never won a race. It can happen here. You may be seeing it live today on Superstation WTBS. Long back straightaway. He's being cautious. It is raining. It's coming down pretty strong now. Here he is down that back stretch. Bill Elliott in number 9. Headed for turn number 9, which is very damp. He'll try to pull it through there.
This could be
Here's
worse.
the 2nd place car. And 3rd, Tim Richmond. And 4th, Neil Bonnet, trying to get it in there. Leaders coming around.
He's a half a mile away from $250,000.
And $250,000 may lie with car number 9, Bill Elliott. Bill Elliott coming down out of the corner. Here he is. Down off the turn, Bill Elliott's number 9, and here's the battle as we watch those cars out back slithering out of the corner. Elliott's won it. Parsons is coming across in 2nd, and at 3rd it will be Neil Bonnet. 4th is going to be Earnhardt. 5th will be Richmond at the line as Richmond lost it in turn 9. We were sure there was going to be trouble, and we were watching that turn number 9 area to see if they were going to get through it. They're under caution. This race still has 2 laps to go. Under caution. They have to be ecstatic. Here's number 9, Elliott. There you see the Melling name on the back. Benny Parsons' car is in 2nd spot. Neil Bonnet is in 3rd. Yellow and checkers are about to be thrown. Dale Earnhardt is in 4th. Tim Richmond is in 5th. Waltrip is in 6th. Labonte 7th. McGriff 8th. Bobby Allison 9th. A dramatic finish to the 1983 season. And there is a very happy crew for Bobby Allison. They have finally done what they have tried to do for Bobby Allison before and come up 1 position short at the end of the year. Not the case this year. There's the number 9, and here is Neil Bonnet up to congratulate him. Neil Bonnet, another one of the truly nice people in this game and one of the hard runners, the hard chargers. But this guy, who looks like he would be far more at home playing croquet, he's a gentle little guy, gets out here and just tears the dickens out of a race car, and today has won. 8 second places. And now, car number 9, Bill Elliott, is headed for his first victory. He fought for it. He won it under the strange circumstances today. The Bill Elliott crew coming down onto the track. His 2 brothers. His brother Ernie is standing almost directly across from me now. What a quest this has been for this team. A family effort. They rent 1 car when they come to the track, and that's it. They keep the whole crew in it. You'll see as many as 8. Gosh, I hope the officers didn't hear about that. Getting back and forth to the track. And usually it's an economy car. There's the crew, and there's the checkered flag coming out for Bill Elliott, who has just won his first race in his Winston Cup Grand National career. Benny Parsons comes home 2nd. Neil Bonnet 3rd. And there's Jim Gardner. You can see him in the dark jacket. He is ecstatic. They've done it. They have won the national championship. What a great moment for that team. Dygard Racing, originally out of Connecticut, now from North Carolina. has won the national championship. So close so many times. And here is Bill Elliott, the winner of the Winston Western 500 for 1983.
But nothing takes the glory away from the two men who are champions here today. The champion of the race, Bill Elliott. The champion of the season is Bobby Allison.
Bobby Allison is now pulling back toward his pit. Rain is just pouring down. Here he is there with his crew. Some well-wishers standing by him. Jim Roller trying to get a word. Let's go to Jim Roller.
Bobby Allison, got to be the greatest day of your life. We made it. We made it. Nygaard, Miller.
We're taking some real hits here as the weather continues to get worse. Let's go to Victory Lane.
And I'm at Victory Lane with Bill Elliott just coming out of his car. Bill, you've got to be awfully happy right now.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Everything you did all year that went so wrong, everything went so right today. I just can't believe it.
Tell us about the pass for the win.
Well, I knew I had one chance to do it, and I drove it down in there, and me and Benny got together, but I knew that was the only chance I had to do it. And when Tim Richmond come up on him and they got together, I knew I had a good shot at it, and I got a little distance on them then, and then the rains came, and I was praying for that.
Now, the very last lap, they threw the caution just after you passed the flag stand. You had so long to go under the yellow flag. What were your thoughts? What was going through your mind as you were headed back for the flag stand?
I just felt like I could make it, and I just kept on digging.
You're a pretty happy fella.
You better believe it.
Is the money more important, or is getting here to Victory Lane more important to you?
I think getting to Victory Lane.
A very happy Bill Elliott in his car in Victory Lane in the pouring rain.
Let's go to Dave Despain for just a moment. Dave Despain standing by at the STP Pit Center. There is Bobby Allison out of his car. That's his mother with him, his wife Judy, the family all here. A very happy Mom Allison standing by. And it is Bobby Allison. And there's the headline that he's won the race. Such a long quest and such a marvelous finish. And off to the Waldorf Astoria. And there is Bill Elliott out, $250,000 richer, that young man, with a performance, as you see, Ned Jarrett, a two-time Grand National champion, talking with him. And they're pouring a bit of the old brew over the top of Robert Vance Allison, the 1983 Winston Cup champion.
Then he hit the wall and won the pole position for the Winston Western 500. But today will be the most important racing day of his life, one that could bring him fame, fortune, and a national championship. Stay tuned as Terry Labonte tries to hit the big casino.
And good day to you from Riverside, California. It's a gray foreboding day once again, much as it was a week ago in Atlanta, Georgia, as we prepare to bring you the final race of 1984 for the Winston Cup. 41 drivers are down below, all cinched up, ready to go in search of some $290,000 in the coffers today.
Not all the confidence in the world of his younger brother. Car number 44, Terry Labonte, is on the pole. Critical race for him. He has seemed so easy, so able to stand the pressure, but I imagine that he is like a volcano out there right now as he tries to get this race under his belt. And he shocked everyone with his qualifying run. Then he thought he'd go out there trying to qualify 6 or 7. He went right for the pole. He tapped the wall, as you saw earlier today, and literally lifted the front end of the car up. He hit it so sound. Now there's Bobby Allison, last year's champion, alongside Benny Parsons. Let's see if I can get a word from Benny Parsons as we get down closer to a green flag condition. Benny, how is the track right now? This is Ken Squire. How's the track drying out? Looks like we're headed for green.
Want to go green this left, Ken? I don't know. The racetrack looks pretty dry. I think we're going to be okay.
Good luck to you this afternoon.
Yeah.
Benny Parsons in the Copenhagen car, ready to do battle in race number 30 to decide the 1984 most competitive automobile racing series in the world, coming through turn 9 at Riverside, California. When they come around this time, of the 119 laps to be run, they will have completed 9, all in a yellow-green condition. So we're going to see them cut loose. And these guys that don't mind bending the sheet metal, trading the paint, are about to get it on this afternoon in Riverside, California. Pace car is coming in. And ladies and gentlemen, the race to decide the championship is underway. As they dive into turn number 1, give it to Waltrip. Waltrip jumps into the lead. Here comes Tim Richmond. Number 27, Richmond, in the Raymond Beetle car, going for second place. And there you see the 41 car field into turn number 2, headed for the S's. Waltrip is out in front. Richmond going into second spot, maintaining third. Terry Labonte. Here they are for turn 6, first time. Waltrip, twice a winner, glides through there. In fourth spot, it's Earnhardt. And then comes Herschel McGriff in fifth. He won his 13th race on this track. The grand old giant of Western racing. He could be a strong contender before it's over. No one knows this track like McGriff. And there's the rest of the field around turn 8. Now into that long back straightaway, first time to full speed, over 170 miles per hour here at Riverside, California, and drawing away the Junior Johnson colors for Darrell Waltrip. Coming to turn 9, first time. Rocketing down in there, hard on the brakes, down through the gears into turn 9. Tim Richmond has pulled up a spot. Richmond now fighting his way into second, Labonte in third as they come around to complete this lap. First lap on the green.
Ken, no surprise to see Darrell Waltrip go to the front. He likes this racetrack. He likes to road race. And most of all, he has absolutely nothing to lose. Despite the fact that he's won more races and more money this year than any other driver, he is out of the championship hunt. Tim Richmond in a very similar situation in car number 27. He wants to cap a disappointing season with a big victory. Terry Labonte is third, and remember, 7th place is the key for Labonte. He has led a lap. He picked up a 5-point bonus. If he can finish 7th or better, he will grab the Winston Cup championship, and car number 44 is solidly deployed in third spot.
There you see McGriff maintaining that 5th position. And then in the 6th is Bill Elliott. Running 7th right now is Bobby Allison. Benny Parsons in 8th. Ron Bouchard in 9th. Bodine maintaining 10th. Back straightaway. And you're following car number 27. Here's Terry Labonte going after him. Right there lies Earnhardt. You know, Earnhardt is a great story in this race, in that he's been up there for so many finishes, right up in the front, but he's only led on this track 4 laps in his entire career here. Waltrip drawing away. Look at that interval now as they come through turn 9. And right behind him is the man that put him in the weeds a year ago, Tim Richmond. Remember, they clanked together in the waning moments of the race and spun out down here at the bottom of the track in turn 9. And they're running 1 and 2 in the early going. There's number 27, Tim Richmond. Remember, with Dale Inman, he won 2 races here back in 1982. He won the June race and came back and then won the last race of the year, this race, which until 1981 had been the first race of the season. And they swapped them around in the year 81. Now there's 33. Trying to move through, Harry Gant. Let's go to Chris Economaki.
Yes, I noticed as they came by the pits that Joe Milliken, who is Terry Labonte's blocking back, is right in front of Harry Gant, and he's been there for 2 laps. It'll be interesting to see what kind of tactics are used by Labonte's interference man, Joe Milliken in car number 1.
Right now they're approaching turn number 9 another time. Here they are. Leaders coming by. Waltrip first, Richmond second, Earnhardt third, McGriff running in the 4th position, followed by Bill Elliott, Bobby Allison, Benny Parsons, Ron Bouchard, Jeff Bodine in that order. Then comes Richard Petty, and getting around now, moving around Milliken, goes number 33, Harry Gant, as he scrambles up through the field.
Complex scoring system. Harry Gant and Terry Labonte are both racing for point positions here. And obviously, if they each bring another car to the racetrack and that car finishes ahead of their rival, it then takes away points that their rival can't get. So that's the rationale for Phil Parsons starting this race and taking some points away. And likewise for Joe Milliken, who is driving car number 1, which for this race only is a sister car to Terry Labonte's number 44. The idea is to take points away from their rival or prevent them from earning those points, and thus perhaps change the championship balance that is so critical here.
Battle for 6. You're watching Herschel McGriff just in front of Benny Parsons. It is still Herschel McGriff there. Now Parsons pulls out to pass that long straightaway, and McGriff goes back 1 spot. He is back to 7th. Benny Parsons pulls into the 6th spot with the Copenhagen car. Busy as he goes to turn number 9, ready to get on the brakes. And there you see them in turn number 9, Benny Parsons in 6th place. McGriff now in 7th. Tries to take it back a little as they come around. And closing up in here in this battle It's number 5, Bodine. He's going to take a shot at 04 McGriff. Come up through traffic nicely. Labonte in 3rd, Bill Elliott in 4th, up into 5th. Goes car number 55. And there you see him. That is the Benny Parsons car. And right behind him is Jeff Bodine trying to move through in the 6th position. Here's Richard Petty closing in on Herschel McGriff in number 04. There you see the battle going down. That is McGriff in the 04, 7th place. Richard Petty's trying to take it away, and there you see number 33, Harry Gant, directly behind the 04. 3 cars in a group right there.
I'll tell you, everybody's been extremely careful out there, Ken. The track is really wet in some areas, so you really have to tiptoe through some of the portions of the racetrack.
Let's go to Chris Economac.
Well, Labonte looks calm, cool, and collected. He's asked for 1 drink. It's a very routine stuff. They're checking the tire wear on the right side tires. They're not changing them. Little gauges. They're changing the left side tires. And it's Terry almost stalled it as he went away. A pretty good stop, I would say. Labonte is the coolest man on the entire crew. Back to you.
I'll tell you, one of the most worried is his dad, the tire carrier, Bob. And number 47, Bouchard, just came by running very slowly. Now, car number 44, Labonte goes way back. There you see the 52 car closing up. Roy Smith driving the Jimmy Means machine today. Former Western champion. We've seen him at Daytona. He is at the controls of car number 52. Morgan Shepherd is taking this opportunity to pit, and we're trying to get word on the position of car 44 overall in the field.
We are watching the charge of the leader, number 55, Benny Parsons, running up front. As we go back to Ken Squire to call the action.
Well, here you see him, Benny Parsons, going for that 22nd win and looking strong out here. There was a great deal of concern among that crew as to how to run this race today. Pays $18,000 to win. They're talking about 25. It's closer to $30,000 for the team that wins that pit stop contest. And your brother was really torn about that. He said that money to that crew, which is divvied up among them, would mean so much if he could have them win the pit stop. But you have to change your strategy if you drive for the pit stop contest rather than the overall race.
You certainly do, Ken, but I think everybody on the team agreed. They want to go for the win. That's what they're here for. If they can win the Pit Crew Championship, that's great, but they want to go for the win primarily.
The point that I like is that your brother was concerned about the well-being of these other fellows all through the winter, and he said, you know, they worked so hard all year long. It would just be another win for me, just another notch in the record book. And what does that mean? For those guys, it would really mean something. Here's Chris.
I have a question for Phil. Phil, you know this corporate family. Benny's leading and Dan is second, the same corporate parent as far as sponsorship is concerned. Might Benny give way to Harry so he can get that 5 points this early in the race?
Under no circumstances, Chris. They're each out there for their own. We are somewhat of a family, but on the racetrack, we're all out for each other.
Clark Dwyer, you just saw him getting lapped out there. It's a strange fraternity, isn't it, where you can run so hard and beat and bat around each other, and then when it's over, load up and go home. And every man for himself right now. And there's Parsons leading, Morgan Shepherd running a lap down directly behind him. Now remember that as matters stand, it is Parsons in the first position. Harry Gant is in second. Waltrip is in third. Neil Bonnet has come to fourth position. Things going a little better for Neil today. 4 right, 5 left. And there you saw Dale Inman, and there's his car. Dale Inman won the championship. Won it on 7 occasions for the Richard Petty team, but he won it in spirit. This time it will be in his name. It was Petty Enterprises that won those championships. It'll be Dale Inman's name as crew chief if everything hangs together for Terry Labonte at number 44 today. And Inman can really make a car work on this kind of track. As we mentioned earlier, Richmond won for him twice. He had Joe Ruttman in the Stacy car the year before. He had one of his best finishes ever, second on this track for Inman. So he seems to know how to get a car to work here. Number 9, Bill Elliott's back on pit road in fourth. And if he finishes in the top 7 today, the championship is his. And for Billy Hagan and him, it'll be a big, big moment because Hagan predicted exactly 5 years ago he would win the national championship. He wants his prediction to come true. Now is the hour.
Billy seems to be somewhat of a prophet here, doesn't he?
Has a crystal ball. Some people bring witch doctors, other people bring crystal balls. Here is car number 44, Terry Labonte in fourth. Bodine is third, Allison second, Waltrip is in first. You're back with the leader another time, and he's right in pressing against Richard Brooks in the Don Levy car, and number 9 scoots down the inside. Bill Elliott not giving an inch as he goes up to turn number 1. Here's Earnhardt who you saw win the Atlanta Journal 500 for Richard Childress in that Chevrolet on pit road. He had been running right up in there.
Sixth position, Earnhardt was running right behind Benny Parsons.
How about the interval out there between first and second, Phil?
It was 9.5 seconds probably 10 laps ago. It's now only 2.5 seconds. So Bobby Ellison is really closing in on Darrell Waltrip.
And Terry Labonte is just one position out of his magic number. He has to finish 7th here today. If Gant could go to the front, get around Waltrip and Allison, take the lead, and should something happen to Labonte to drop him back a position or two, that man right there, Harry Gant, and the number 33 Skull Bandit, could pull out the Cinderella story here and win the Grand National Championship.
A Buick leads 6, 7 Chevrolets and then a Ford here in the battle. And there is some smoke out of the back of 33.
It could be a small oil leak of some sort. It shouldn't be enough. Shouldn't be anything enough to hurt anything right now.
Shifting into high. Benny Parsons trying to clamber on board this 3-car choo-choo train. There you see those sparks that Phil Parsons was talking about a moment ago. Trying to catch up on Harry Gant, and Gant is falling back just a little from car number 11, Waltrip. Number 7, Kyle Petty, has come back on the track, run a few laps, and finds himself again on pit road. Really having to be very ginger on that steering wheel to favor that car a whole lot. Here comes Gant again, taking another shot at Bobby Allison. Gant looks like he has the muscle to go into first here. Allison's having to do a little defensive driving to fend him off.
He certainly is. Harry's running a strong race. He knows with Terry, he can see Terry Labonte in his mirror 2 or 3 spots back, so he knows he has to get to the front. There's no other way.
And try to draw him out. Then hopefully the man that expires is not the 33, but the 44. It's a pretty fast chess game they're playing here today at Riverside, California to decide the championship, the money, over $10 million total in stake, all the posted awards they give. And now I have another car, they say, coming down that is stalling on the track. Another vehicle in trouble.
That's the exit of turn 8, looks like, on the inside, just to the right of your screen.
So still Allison there. One of the Winston West drivers, could be that number 61 car that's had a little trouble earlier in the race, has had the same problem another time. Scott Miller, we'll see. Allison gets a breather. Almost 8 car lengths. And Harry Gant took a deep breath and took the breather back. Looks like there may be some oil down. J.D. McDuffie's car has spun off, and he's collected a car that looks like Neil Bonnet over there.
Sure is. That's Neil Bonnet off the racetrack. Dale Earnhardt also had some trouble getting through there.
Here's Bonnet getting set to go again. That's J.D. McDuffie's car number 70, and here comes car number 90 spinning at that same place. So there must be an oil down condition. Number 90 running in 10th spot. Richard Brooks getting through. There lies McDuffie right on the outside of the track. Benny Parsons pitted a moment ago and came back on the track.
I think it was a scheduled pit stop for the last time, and he took on left side tires and fuel. He should be able to go the rest of the way.
Looks like we have it. Let's look again at what happened here. Here are the 2 leaders coming to turn number 8. There's McDuffie spinning in car number 70. And as the car whips the back end back on the track, notice how close Allison, the leader, comes to... Well, it wasn't there. There's Greg Sachs spinning. We have another car spinning. We need to look again at that because immediately after car number 70 came to rest right there, Allison got by a hair breadth. Neil Bonnet wasn't so fortunate. Let's look at it again. Here they are approaching turn 8. McKnight's car, 83, then 70. McDuffie spins. Looks like he's clear. The Sovereign Bank 500 earlier this year. And he also won that Pepsi 420. He's done very well on the short track. White flag, 1 lap to go. There it is. Down to the final lap. 12 different winners this year. Bodine has already collected 2. This will be the biggest one of all for Jeff Bodine. He'll have a new look on his car in 1985 when we see him at Daytona International Speedway. Second place car is the number 27. It is Tim Richmond in the second position. Here's Bodine trying to hold on for the win. Just coming off turn 6, Richmond just entering it. Labonte third, Elliott fourth, Parsons fifth. Been some scramble, dramatic all afternoon. The lead has changed time and time again. 13 lead changes between 7 drivers today. Last lap for Jeff Bodine. The Hendrick crew hoping that it's all going to finish for them. He is in 9th position. in the standings. He will hold off Ron Bouchard. That's going to make a major difference in point money for him as they come down to decide it. Terry Labonte on his way to winning the championship. Last lap, last time for Bodine. What a surprise. What a comeback for Jeff Bodine today. Checkered flag ready to fall. And the winner of the Winston Western 500 today at Riverside, California, is Jeff Bodine. Taking his first breather of the afternoon, Jeff Bodine. We'll be meeting him in victory lane in just a moment. The winner of the last race of 1984, Bodine in car number 5.
There he is. Here's our winner, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Bodine. And look at the flashbulbs going. How about that? Easy on the car. Oh, how are you feeling?
Well, great. I can't believe it. Brand new car. The guys at the shop, Bobby Jones, my brother, Cheech, Frank, all those guys built this thing in about a month. And it worked perfect today. Harry Hyde, the guys in the crew, did a super job. B&R competition engines.
Did you ever think it was going to end this way?
Well, I'll tell you what, Bobby Allison would have won the race if whatever broke didn't break.
Well, you had a flat right front tire. What about your windshield? We heard that you had trouble seeing.
Well, they kept forgetting to wash it, but they washed it on that last stop, and I could see good. But Bobby ran a good race. He would have won if he hadn't had that flat. It's a shame, but that's racing.
That's racing. Every lap you were bottoming here in front of the pits, giving it a good solid hit. Was that a worry for you?
That was spectacular. Puts the show on here at night. Night racing is unusual in NASCAR.
Okay, though. Jeff Bodine, the winner, getting the congratulations from his wife. A happy scene in victory lane. And now back to you, Ken.
All right, we'll be back. There's Jerry Long congratulating the man who has won the race, Jeff Bodine, and his wife, Sassy, and we'll be back to meet the national champion, hopefully, in just a moment here at Riverside, California. We are in hopes of getting a word of the new national champion, Terry Labonte. He has been swarmed by well-wishers down along pit road here as darkness settles in over the Riverside International Raceway. You can see some of the lights on over in the garage area. Before this race was over, they swapped the lead 13 times among 7 drivers today, and they averaged some 98 miles per hour. 11 cars finished in the lead lap. They were Bodine first, Tim Richmond second, Terry Labonte, the new national champion, in third spot. Bill Elliott came home in fourth, and Benny Parsons stuck it out for 5th position. Neil Bonnet was 6th. Bobby Allison had to settle for 7th. Finishing in 8th was Harry Gant. Herschel McGriff was 9th. Joe Ruttman came across 10th. Earnhardt on the bottom end of the lead lap in 11th spot. There you see the victory celebration continuing down there. The trophy for the race being given by Jerry Long to the winner of the event today. That's Jeff Bodine with a big smile, so happy about his 3rd win for Rick Hendrick and company. Trevor Boyce got 12th, and 13th was Bill Schmidt. 14th across the line was Richard Petty, and Jim Robinson is being credited with the 15th position. Let's go to Dave Despain at the STP Pit Center.
As the sun sets slowly in the west, don't they say, Kenley? It is dark here, and I'll tell you what, the light of victory has certainly shown on this young man, Jeff Bodine, with a great drive today, but I don't think we can say enough about Terry Labonte's performance. He came here, could have stroked around, gotten 7th place, and gone home with the championship. He got in there and mixed it up, raced with him. This guy who's so conservative, so soft-spoken, really put on a spectacular show today, and he is going to walk off with $250,000 in bonus money as the king of Grand National Stock Car Racing. We will be hearing from Terry in depth next week on Motor Week Illustrated here on CBS Sports. That's it from here, Ken.
So the story of the 1984 season, and the Western 500 has been complete.
Twice a year, tradition is bent slightly as the Grand National drivers come here to Riverside International Raceway, located some 80 miles east of Los Angeles. They compete on this twisting, winding 2.6-mile road course. Here, the drivers confronted with all the classic challenges of a road course: high-speed S's, short chutes leading to demanding corners, and the ever-present right-hand turn. Hello, I'm Ed Bruce. The last time we visited Riverside, it was to watch the exotic marquees, the Porsches, the Marchers, the Jaguars, cars synonymous with road racing. Today it's Ford, Buick, Chevrolet, Dodge, Pontiac, cars most often associated with overtrack racing. This track represents quite a change of pace for the drivers today, and we asked a few of them how they felt about it.
This type of racetrack that really smoothness getting in the corner and then really accelerating off, you really have to have a lot of discipline, and it takes me a couple of 3 days to really get dialed in before I can really go on this course.
Well, you know, it's just totally different from what we would do on the super speedways or the road tracks, and you go a different way, the whole thing, you know, just shift about 9 times a lap and left and right turns. So, you know, you just have to get geared up for Riverside. We've been coming out of here enough, so I feel like I can run the track pretty good. I'm pretty used to it, so I'm pretty comfortable racing it.
Well, I'll tell you, when I first started coming out here, I'll be the first one to tell you, it was a chore for me to get around here at all. I spent most of the time off the racetrack instead of on it, but I've worked at it. I went to Bondurant's for a while up to school up there and spent a couple of years working with that, and it helped me on the racetrack. And since that time, I've been fortunate enough to run good out here, and it's given me a little bit of confidence, and that's a big factor coming in here. To feel like you can conquer the place or be competitive on it before you get here, and I've been lucky lately, and it's been working.
All things considered, would you rather be at Riverside or Charlotte?
I'd rather be at Charlotte. Harry just needs to say what's really on his mind. Now that we know how the competitors feel about today's racing, let's go to Brock and Steve and see how they feel about it. Steve?
Thank you, Ed. On the pole is a man who could today win his 3rd major victory in Winston Cup racing in a week in 1 day. Of course, I'm talking about the number 11 car, Darrell Waltrip of Franklin, Tennessee. Darrell, is there a bigger advantage to being on the pole of a road course than, say, a super speedway?
Yeah, I believe so. You know, the turns are really tight on the up through the S's, 6, 7 over in there. If you're out front, you don't have to worry about somebody running into you or running you off the racetrack. In the early going, it's really critical to be on the pole and be up front. A lot of framming and bamming that goes on back in the pack back here, and I'm glad I'm not in it.
And dealing with traffic on a road course is a lot different than a major speedway.
Oh, sure. It's a major part of the race. You know, you can get caught behind a slow car and lose a lot of ground, or you can make it around a guy and put distance between you and the guy running second. So you play the traffic, particularly through the S's.
And you're going to shift gears more today than you would in a whole season oval track racing.
About 7 times a lap we'll be shifting, and I don't know how many times that is. I hadn't figured it out, but
hundreds.
Hundreds. I know my left leg will be a little shorter than my right one when we get done.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
All right, let's go to Brock Yates, who is with the other car here in the front row.
Thanks, Steve. I'm with Terry Labonte. He'll start on the outside of the front row. He is going to seek his 2nd victory in a row here in this June race here at Riverside. Terry, you got a man right next to you, Darrell, that's run real strong here at Riverside, but you run real strong over the years. How do you feel about this 240-mile sprint coming up here?
Well, I don't know. Our car worked awful good practice, and if it continues to work that well during the race, you know, I think we'll have as good a shot at it as anybody does.
Terry, will you make more than the 2 stops if you have to, if you got some cautions, or will you try to run a specific pace out there?
Well, it just depends. We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, real good luck.
Thank you.
Harry Gant may prefer Charlotte, Brock, but he's qualified here in the 2nd row. Alongside him is Tim Richmond, who loves to road race. It's where racing started for him. Tim was kind enough to take our camera for a ride around Riverside in his red number 27 Pontiac.
And guaranteed it's going to be a ride you'll remember. 2.62 miles across the high desert outside Los Angeles. One of the most famous road circuits in America. About to celebrate its 30th birthday in a couple of years as he watched Richmond warming up here. Tim Richmond, as Steve said, started his career in road racing in the smaller classes, moved down to Indianapolis where he's Rookie of the Year in 1980. Now he's an exclusive Grand National driver as he heads out of the pits here at Riverside to begin a lap with our camera on board his Pontiac. Across from the grandstand, the pit area on the front straightaway, leading up into turn number 1, a fast left-hander at the crest of a low hill. Then down a straightaway, leading into turn number 2, a very quick right-hander leading toward the world-famous S's.
Maneuvering through the S's, the most important thing you need to do is get through turn 2, leading up to the S's first. You get through there, and you get through the S's pretty much at a high rate of speed. Then approaching turn 6, you need to get the car squared up, downshift into 2nd gear, and up through turn 6.
Turn 6 is a fast right-hander at the crest of the hill, taken in 2nd gear by the Grand National cars. Then down a straightaway, they cut off turn number 7 on this particular configuration at Riverside. Then into a very hard, sweeping right-hander called turn 8.
You go through this corner, and then that leads you to the long back straightaway here in Riverside. If you don't get through the corner fast enough, it doesn't give you that needed momentum to get down that back straightaway as quick as you need to.
From here, Richmond shifts up from third to fourth gear, buries the throttle, and heads down the over 4,000-foot-long back straightaway at Riverside. Here, slightly downhill, speeds will approach 180 miles an hour as he heads underneath the bridge behind the pits, goes through a quick little left-hand kink, and then downshifts, taps the brakes, and heads into the most difficult corner on the racetrack, turn number 9.
The most dangerous corner on this course, because it's a long right-hand sweeper with the driver's side door next to the fence going in. If you lose control here, it could be a real problem for the driver. Then out of turn 9 leads you to the short little main straightaway leading to the start-finish line.
The start-finish line heading toward turn number 1. Speeds will approach 150 miles an hour here and eases through turn number 9. That's Terry Labonte in the blue and white number 44, but the pole sitter, Dale Waltrip, is actually on the outside. He'll be on the inside, though, as the field comes down the front straightaway and takes the green flag. The fans are on their feet. The green is out. The pace car's off the racetrack. We've got to start, Steve Evans.
400 kilometers to go from green to checker. Darrell Waltrip is on the inside as they head up towards turn number 1. We heard Darrell say what an advantage it is here at Riverside to lead the race as much as you can. But look at Terry Labonte. What a move in the number 44 blue and white Chevrolet. It is Labonte leading, then Waltrip. Tim Richmond on the inside of Darrell Waltrip challenging him.
As they head up through the S's, it's the blue and white number 44 of Terry Labonte right behind him, Waltrip. Labonte nipped by him in turn number 2 where he got inside. Here they come through turn number 6. This is the slowest part of the racetrack here at Riverside as we see millions of dollars worth of exotic race cars banging and slamming around this tight corner.
And in most cases, Brock, these are not the machines you see on the super speedways. The teams come to Riverside with a special road racing machine they only use twice a year. There is Terry Labonte, the blue and white number 44 Chevrolet, and Brock, he is actually driving away from Darrell Waltrip.
He sure is down this long straightaway. It appears that Labonte's got a little bit of a speed advantage over Darrell. He's pulled out to a bit of a lead. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they get into that very fast sweeper turn number 9. That's the handling part of the racetrack, and here comes Labonte in turn 9, and he has pulled out to about 10 car lengths over Waltrip.
Well, Terry brings a lot of confidence to Riverside, Brock. He won this race a year ago, went on to win the Winston Cup Drivers' Championship, 28 years old. They call him the Iceman from Corpus Christi, Texas.
Look at that car slide through turn number 1. That's what the fan loves about these cars. They slip and slide around like sprinters on the dirt.
Okay, here comes the tail end of the field, negotiating turn 9. We have got a spin coming out of turn number 9. That is Norm Palmer, car number 93. He's going to be okay, Brock, out in the grass. I wonder if it'll bring out a yellow.
That's going to put him on the outside of turn 1. Look at this, Steve. They go through side by side.
At about 140 miles an hour, and there is Gant all over the place, but he makes it work. Gets Richmond on the outside. Wait a minute, Richmond is striking back. Now it is Tim Richmond on the outside, the red car number 20. They come out of turn 4 into turn number 5. Richmond thinks better of it, tucks it behind Gant. This is some kind of racing in the opening laps.
But interestingly enough, the man moving on the outside there is a familiar car number 9 of Bill Elliott. He started 12th, already has moved up into 9th spot. He is coming. Elliott can never be counted out. He's run well here before and is now charging. Right, Steve, as we watch Jeff Bodine, currently in 7th place, he's got serious problems. Looks like a burned piston from here as he heads into the pits in that number 5 Chevrolet. Remember, he's a former winner here as well. Is expected to perform among the leaders, but early in the race, a tough break for Jeff Bodine. But let's not count him out yet. These Grand National crews have been known to take terminally ill race cars and put them back on the racetrack. It's possible it's just a broken oil line that they can repair rather quickly. So Jeff could be back in a matter of a few moments as the crew routinely checks tires, changes tires, and refills them, expecting that maybe he's going to get back underway. Head down the back straightaway, and speaking of hard drivers, watch out for Tim Richmond in that number 27 Pontiac. Nobody tries harder at Riverside than Tim Richmond. Here goes Dale Earnhardt heading for the pits, coasting down the inside of the racetrack, and doubtlessly out of the race, and if not out, surely so far behind you'll never catch up. That is Richmond in 2nd spot, just hammering through turn number 1. These cars get all kind of sideways and light as they crest that little hill in turn 1.
Dale Earnhardt obviously displeased. What do you reckon happened, Dale?
I don't know, Doc. Dropped the rod, I think. You know, something out the bottom of the engine. That's the second one we lost this week. We lost a qualifier before qualifying, and we had a real good shot at sitting on the pole, and something happened to it, and then same thing happened to this. So, you know, we hadn't run this car since Bristol. We redid it, so there might be something wrong with the oil system. I don't know, it's starving the motor or something, but all the gauges were reading good. It was going along fine and just sort of riding along, you know, with the pace, and you know, it's a shame this Wrangler Chevrolet just didn't finish today.
Number 15, Ricky Rudd, the red and white Thunderbird, being chased by yet another Thunderbird, number 9, Bill Elliott. Elliott has come all the way from 12th to 5th and now wants 4th.
He sure does. He's been nipping away all afternoon, slowly working his way through this field. Of course, Elliott been a superstar on the big speedways, just blowing everybody away on the faster high bank tracks of the South. Came in here, did not practice well, qualified way back in 12th spot, as you said, but now just working his way through the field. Who knows? Rudd could be the next target on his list as they head down into turn number 9.
Well, no matter where Bill Elliott may run in this pack, the conversation in the pits is almost always about him. Because, of course, he has a chance to earn that $1 million if he can win at Darlington later this year. Here comes Bill Elliott, a big drive down the straightaway. Now takes him inside. He is now in the 4th position ahead of Ricky Rudd.
And possibly some problems with these two cars as well, Steve. That's car number 12, Neil Bonnet, followed by number 33, Harry Gant. Both those automobiles not performing quite up to expectations, at least in this point of the race. Gant, of course, up among the leaders earlier, but look at this. This is Darrell Waltrip coming off turn number 9, going outside of Terry Labonte and trying to take over second place. He does it the hard way on the outside of turn 1.
Well, the way Waltrip... Oh, and we have got a spin. That is one of the NASCAR West machines. Car number 32, Ruben Garcia. Probably got a little close to turn number 9's wall, maybe overcorrected, but I don't believe we'll see a yellow here, Brock. He got off, and he's okay coming back.
Steve, that took an instant response on the part of Waltrip, because if the yellow had come out, he would have been in perfect position to dive into the pits. If the yellow didn't come out and he went into the pits, he'd have fallen way back. Attribute that to the poise and experience of the former champion Waltrip as we watch Bill Elliott slide through the S's in pursuit of Terry Labonte in that number 44 Chevrolet.
Neil Bonnet got off to a rocky start earlier in the season, but has seen the winner's circle twice this year.
And one of the most personable and articulate drivers in all of motorsport as we watch the leader, Tim Richmond, sweep up the little hill going up into turn 6. That's number 11, Darrell Waltrip, right behind him. But at the present time, it looks as if that number 27 Pontiac, Richmond's got the advantage. And here comes a great name, Buddy Baker. Got a tire down, no doubt, Steve.
I think it's worse than that, Brock. Look how it's moving around. He has broken a rear end in that automobile, fighting the wheel, just trying to get it to the wall. That's a lot more than just simply a tire going down. The whole differential is loose in that car.
Well, right now, the green is still out, and here comes Ricky Rudd, again forced in for fuel and tires, and there comes Bobby Allison. He's in the 7th spot, so it looks as if time is running out for the leaders. They may have to stop under green as well, and of course, that really causes a change of position.
But as long as you do have to pit with the green flag out, everyone's going to take on 4 tires. Well, Ricky Rudd and here Bobby Allison. We explained the tire rule earlier. The short track tire rule in effect here at Riverside. On yellow, a maximum of 2. On green, change all 4 if you want.
So Ricky Rudd underway. There, the final look now is tightened up on Bobby Allison's car. He's underway as well, trying not to make a mistake.
And Brock, let's give a tip of the hat to number 9. The pitch has fought his way back to 6th spot. But it can't be good news for him that Terry Labonte is leading this race. Because if he wins it, it appears he will extend his Winston Cup points lead over Bill Elliott.
So Elliott heads down into turn number 1. Obviously a disappointed young man because he made that magnificent charge from 12th place all the way up to the lead, only to cut down a tire and then fall back.
Here comes Terry Labonte. Terry Labonte swinging down into turn number 9. He's only got a few hundred yards before the checkered flag will fly. And car owner Billy Hagan has got to be wishing he didn't go fishing and was here to enjoy their success at Riverside for the 2nd year in a row.
Off the final corner, just about coast toward the finish line. Checkered flag is out. Victory, Corpus Christi, Texas, as Terry Labonte wins it here at Riverside. Sensational victory by this young man.
Terry Labonte coming out of the number 44 car, notches his 5th career victory, 4 of which have come here at Riverside. Terry's got to like this racetrack a lot, my friend. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. You know, the Piedmont Airlines Chevy ran awful good today. You know, we couldn't have been happier.
It looked like you and Bobby were putting on a heck of a duel, but maybe you had a tire advantage over him.
Well, I don't know. You know, my car was wearing tires awful bad, and at that particular time when I went by Bobby's, his car didn't look like it was working quite as good as it was earlier.
I know his team felt that your guys just outfoxed him on tires.
I guess.
So coming in on green and getting 4 tires, celebrating here in the victory circle is Terry Labonte. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's go to Brock Yates with the 2nd place finisher.
The challenger, Bill Elliott.
This is Darrell Waltrip. This is for all the marbles, Darrell.
Man, marbles, you don't know the half of it. You can't put them marbles in the bank. I just hope that I got the best call and that everything works out good. Thanks.
The man who has done for auto racing this year what Arnold Palmer has done for golf and John McEnroe for tennis. Bill Elliott. Bill, the preliminaries are over. It's the final round. You look at it with a sense of relief or with a sense of urgency?
Well, I'm ready to get everything started, but still, you know, whatever happens today, it'll be over for the year, and we'll worry about next year.
Benny Parsons speaks from experience.
Very true.
All right, field is into turn number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Live on the Superstation, the showdown for 1985. The Winston Cup competition comes down to this event. 119 laps, 311.78 miles, 500 plus kilometers here today at Riverside, California, to decide the championship for the year. Green is out. On the break. Labonte goes in front. Richmond dropping to 2nd. Remember that Waltrip started in 3rd. Elliott in 5th. Here they come on the hustle.
Waltrip got a pretty good start. Bill Elliott, not so good. There's 2 cars between Elliott and the lead right now.
Field going up into turn number 6. Here they are. Labonte. And there you see right behind him pressing Richmond. Badly needing to pull off a victory here. Changing teams next year. Moving on to the Rick Hendrick organization. Word is that Rusty Wallace may be in the Raymond Beetle car next year.
I got to get my hat off to Bobby Allison because he saw that Bill Elliott had no place to go. He backed off, let Bill get in turn 2 ahead of him.
2 previous champions really stated right up front they were going to let these guys go race for it today.
They are going to, all these fellows are going to let Darrell Waltrip and Bill Elliott settle this thing on the racetrack.
Labonte said, I'm not going to be the one to get in their way. Guy who won the championship a year ago. A lot of sportsmanship with a lot of money at stake. All right, coming around to end lap number 1 at Riverside, California. Give the lead to Terry Labonte. He's up in front, the Texas runner. Then the Ohio veteran is in 2nd, Tim Richmond. Into 3rd, Waltrip. Running in 4th, Ricky Rudd, still in 5th. That is Bill Elliott, and it's side-by-side for 6th. Harry Gant right there knocking on the door with Bobby Allison. Coming to the line to complete lap number 4. Now here comes Bill Elliott making a move. He may try to put a pass on Ricky Rudd up here. He tried the last time in turns 2 and 3, and here's Elliott trying another time. You see him getting out there, making a run on Ricky Rudd as they come up through the S's. Bill Elliott trying to pick up a spot here as they come up for turn 6.
As they came across turn 1 across the bridge, Bill moved over out of the Ricky Rudd's mirror, hoping that Ricky would let him have the spot. Ricky chose not to, because as we mentioned at the top of the show, Ricky Rudd is a young man who needs to win today, as probably as bad as Bill Elliott.
All right, let's watch them down the straightaway. Watch the horsepower match between those 2 teams.
There's Richmond. They both are by Richmond.
Everybody's going by Richmond. Richmond falling back. Richmond falling further back now. He's back into the 8th position as Earnhardt also takes it. Something to miss on Tim Richmond's car. So, with 4.5 laps complete, the leader continues to be Terry Labonte, and we have a new second-place man in Ricky Rudd.
Down here in Bill Elliott's pit, and everybody, there are 26 uniformed people in this pit. There's something apparently in the transmission of the shifter linkage, the driving mechanism. They're all over the car here. It was smoking when he came in. It's a bad sign for Bill Elliott in this quest for his first national championship. He's moving the gear shift lever back and forth, back and forth. It's apparently in the transmission.
Bill Elliott, the winner here in 1983. I could tell by the way he was moving that shift around, there's nothing there. It doesn't go in gear. It's like that the rods have fallen off the transmission or something, but I don't know what it is in the transmission.
That happened in the 6th lap. They are now working the 7th. Terry Labonte continuing to lead in car number 44. Waltrip is in 2nd, and Ricky Rudd is in 3rd. Let me correct what we said earlier about Ricky Rudd. He is in 3rd. Waltrip is in 2nd, firing car number 9 and pushing him on. And he's going behind the wall.
And they're really not rushing back to the truck. The crew is just slowly walking back over the wall. I think they're calling it a day.
Let's go to Jerry Garrett down there in Darrell Waltrip's pits.
Well, Ken, we talked to Jeff Hammond, the crew chief for Darrell Waltrip. We said, is there a problem? He said, no problem. Took him a little while to get up to the front to get that 5 points. Now he's settling back to the pace that he wants to run in this race. Whatever it is, 5th place, 6th place, 10th place, he's just going to run that play and keep the car safe for later.
I love to watch these stock cars on a road course.
Wow, Rudd almost had the lead coming off turn 9. There's a car spun.
Down here, turn 2 and 3, we've got one off in the dirt. No caution is out around the track.
There goes the leaders by. There's the 44 and the 15 going by.
Counted there.
Made it through safely. That's a bad spot. They need to get that guy. Needs to get off the racetrack. He's too close to the track for comfort.
Everyone is so used to seeing these cars on super speedways, half-mile tracks, 5/8. But they sure put on a show, and they let them loose on a road course. They lean on each other, as you can already see from Dale Earnhardt's car, and they work hard. But NASCAR has had races on road courses since 1954. It staged its first road race for the Grand National. London, New Jersey Airport, 2-mile course. 43 cars started. Old sprint car star came home first. Al Keller. You know what he drove?
No.
A Jaguar, of all things. For Paul Whiteman. Remember they called him the King of Jazz? That was
yes, I remember Paul Whiteman having some race cars.
Yeah, he sure did, and Al Keller won that race. It was the only Grand National race won by a non-American product. Here with the in-car camera, the Al Yagard car, Rusty Wallace out of Missouri. He's moved from 21st up to 17th position as he continues to challenge. Here he is rolling through traffic, back through turns 1, 2, and 3. Headed up there, you can see those big bleachers up in front of him as the Al Yagard car continues to close and move through the field.
We just saw him go down the 2nd gear to enter turn 5, right on the back of, I think that's Ruben Garcia. 2nd gear off turn 6, and he will run 2nd gear all the way across that short straightaway to turn 7.
Now you're back on this battle between 12 and 43 as you were listening to the experience game by Labonte in school. It really helped out. That battle is a beauty for 4th spot. There's Richard Petty. He's getting stronger by the race these days.
He is getting very, very strong. He is coming on. This is for 4th spot. Neil Bonnet, a great run for him, currently in 4th. Richard trying to overtake him down the back straightaway. And there's Jeff Bodine for 6th spot. Oh, Richard seems like he's off the pace. No, sorry.
Richard Petty is running this race today with a borrowed engine, and the man who will be his crew chief next year, Dale Inman, is with me. Dale, any reason for that engine borrow this morning, that engine swap?
Well, they had a little bit of trouble with one of their engine with the curb car, and then the other one wasn't quite strong enough, and Buddy Baker, a real good friend of Richard's, and Robert Harrington got their heads together, and offered to let Richard borrow an engine. It seemed to be a little bit better, so Richard running into the race today. I think, my hat's off to Buddy for looking out for an old friend.
And an old teammate. They used to run together as teammates.
And an old teammate, right.
A borrowed engine for Richard Petty, and it's serving him very well right now as he does battle with Neil Bonnet.
1969 and 72 champion, closing up on Neil Bonnet.
And right behind Richard, if we can see him come in the shot, that car right behind Richard Petty is Bobby Allison, another car on the move.
And of course, Allison really can run a road course. He is exciting.
Watch Allison in turn 6 close up on Richard and the 12 car of Neil Bonnet.
Again, this is the battle a little further back in the field for 4th position. Richard almost got underneath Neil Bonnet on this corner the last time. Around turn number 8, down the long straightaway. Here comes Allison. Now, Allison is running a Stavola Brothers motor in car number 22 today, and next Tuesday there's a press conference, a week from Tuesday, and I think that's when you're going to hear that Allison joins up with the Stavolas for 1986. This happened at lap 46. Here's a replay. Car drops on the bottom.
That's Phil. It looks like he missed turn 5 for some reason. I don't know why.
Ooh, T-bone.
Richmond right in the side of the automobile.
One big difference here between what we see in the super speedway runs for the halfway money is that it's a much more difficult course, a much more strategic course on which to pass. If Earnhardt's going to make that move, he can't wait and slingshot off turn 9 on the money lap. He's got to try to make that move earlier, so it's a much more strategic run for the Barclays money here.
The fourth place man is Harry Gant. Remember, he was second here in June, and he's right up here in the midst of the hunt. Waltrip, meanwhile, flies back. He's in 14th position. Trouble in the pits for Bobby Allison's car. Still another time.
He's getting ready to come. He's coming in the pits. Darrell Waltrip in the pits.
And he takes it very easily on the pit road.
And I'm sure that he's going to change forward tires. Jerry Garrett is with him.
Well, looks like a routine stop, Benny. They're putting on the left side tires now. Darrell's getting a drink. They're putting in 2 of those big 18-gallon cans of fuel. They're coming around looking at the right side, but they're not going to change the right side. Just 2 tires. That's different from the rest of the leaders.
Here he comes back on the track. Darrell Waltrip asked Waltrip earlier if tire wear was going to be critical if he had to run hard today.
Here in this race last year, we ran away from the field. I mean, we had a pretty big lead on everybody, and we made our first routine pit stop and didn't change tires. The next time we had to stop because our tires.
Waltrip has already reached the mother lode and taken the national championship this afternoon. Here they are, back to turn number 8 another time. Skimming down in there goes the Ford, but more prepared. Need you say more? One of the great car builders.
Got a good jump that time off turn 8. A good jump on Terry Labonte. And you see how Ricky Rudd is going back and forth across the racetrack going down the back straightaway. He doesn't want to give Labonte the draft off of his automobile to let Labonte gain on him down the back straightaway.
Smart piece of driving. Here he is in turn number 9. Scooting down in there comes Ricky Rudd. And there you see the interval. And that's not much.
It's not much. And as they come off the 9th corner, Harold Kinder, the flagman for NASCAR, has a white flag in his hand, and he waves it right on the hood of Ricky Rudd's car, and then Terry Labonte.
Ricky Rudd in first. First came here in 1981 when they ran 2 Winston Western 500s. He's had 1 second-place finish. That was in 1982. He's had engine problems here, had a lot of difficulties. Now he's trying to get it settled down for this last lap. Here comes Texas, Terry Labonte in car number 44, closing at turn number 6. He's there.
Right on his back bumper.
Crowd on its feet and cheering as down they come, headed for turn number 8. Ricky Rudd's in first, and you can be sure the fans watching in Virginia today are on the edge of their seat, and the Texans are up too. Here they come for turn 8. Last time to decide it all in this 312-mile, 500-kilometer event. It's coming down to this. 2 men, less than a car length apart. Now there'll be a little bit of interval here as that Ford drives away. Does Labonte have anything left for turn number 9? That's the question. Under the bridge. Last shot. Terry Labonte.
Labonte's going to take it in 9 just as hard as he possibly can. Try to outbrake him, but no, Rudd takes it in equally as hard.
Labonte pulling up.
Ricky just needs to stay on the bottom of the racetrack and make Terry go by on the outside.
Slides a little. Here they come, charging the line. They're out of control a bit. They picked them up, and at the line, it'll be Ricky Rudd winning the Winston Western 500 today at Riverside, California. Across in second place is Terry Labonte, who won it in June here on this very same track. Ricky Rudd's done it. We'll be back to meet him in a moment.
A win that his car owner, Bud Moore, estimates is going to be worth about $200,000 to the team because they go on the winner's circle program. It's a big prize here today, but the real payoff for Ricky Rudd could come next year, and it could be almost $500,000. Rudd has become the 9th winner of the 1985 Winston Cup campaign. Bill Elliott won more than his share this year, some people say. The 9th victory of the year, the 9th new winner of the year is Ricky Rudd. The Winston Cup champion is Darrell Waltrip, and the guy who definitely wins the Goodies Headache Award today has got to be Bill Elliott. He dropped out early with a broken transmission. They repaired it, got him back onto the racetrack some 24 laps behind. He scrambled on the rest of the way. Let's go to Chris Economaki.
All right, right down here, Darrell Waltrip has just pulled in. The well wishes, his wife Stevie is crying. He's taking off his helmet. It's an exciting moment here. People are shaking hands with him. He can't seem to finish his work. Stevie, what are you crying about?
I'm just thrilled.
Just thrilled, she says. They're knocking the steering wheel off for Darrell. He's got more helpers and well-wishers here, disconnecting his equipment, his lines, his radio thing, his oxygen line. And here he's coming out of the car now. We're going to try and get his first public words. Well, congratulations, champion.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. What a great day.
It really was a great day for you, Darrell.
Yeah, it was.
Did you have it easy when you knew Elliott was out?
Well, I just went ahead and run sort of like he was still out there. I didn't really take it all that easy. I just drove a relatively quick pace, but not one that I might have drove if he'd have been out there. But my car would run. I tell you, boys better be glad we were trying to win a championship, because it would definitely run, and I wish I could have stayed in there a little hot and heavier than I did. But just want to say hi to all my friends back there in Franklin and all my Christian buddies and mom and dad, mother and father-in-law. I love all of you.
You know, at the end there, you crossed the line with Elliott alongside of you. You guys talking to one another?
I was afraid to look over. I didn't know what he might be singing. No, we waved at each other, and you know, he's had a great year, and this just makes us have one too. So instead of one guy having one great year, well, we've had 2 great years.
Well, congratulations again, Darrell, for a great season.
Well, thanks, Budweiser, too, and good year.
Boy, you pulled it out right at the end of the season when you needed to. Well, we really did. You know, it's been a right tough year for us. The cars run up front all year. We just haven't been able to put together a win. And today, everything went real well for this motorcraft Ford. And all the guys on the crew, they think they made some smart pit strategy moves. Early in the race, we cut a tire. We really weren't in contention until later on. They made the right decision on using the right Goodyear tires at the right time. And I say, really, this win probably the guys back at the shop to take a Ford and get it to run on a road course where you really have to accelerate. I'm telling these guys back at the shop that's been working on these motors all year, sort of been unsung heroes back there. The Elliott guys have caught all the attention, but these guys did a heck of a job all year, and I think it's time they got a little recognition back there.
Now, we talked earlier in the week about the disadvantage the Fords have here. Where was it today? You held off Terry Labonte when you needed to.
Well, the guys worked real hard trying to get the motor to accelerate up out of the corners, and that's where we've been weak at. This is the motor we had in practice, and I could tell when we first got here that we had a lot more than what we normally had accelerating. And that's what they did. They got a lot of bottom end horsepower. We had to sacrifice a little bit on the top side. Didn't have the top end we needed, but I said, forget that. We need something that's going to accelerate up out of the corners, and motor combination worked great, and everything just went perfect today.
You realize how much money you could possibly make for winning this race?
I got, I guess, somewhere in the neighborhood of $300,000 to $400,000 before it's over with.
That's big money in anybody's book.
It certainly is. It puts him into the Winston, that $500,000 race in Atlanta next year. It puts him on the Plan 1. In a moment, you'll meet the challenger who has given the champion one of the best battles ever run in Winston Cup racing, Bill Elliott, following these messages. Economaki is standing by with a man who gave it such a game try in '85, Bill Elliott.
The flags in Georgia tomorrow may well be at half-mast for the disappointment of Bill Elliott, who gave a great try, but his car wouldn't hold up. Bill, what happened to your car going down that back straight on that lap?
Well, when I shifted from 3rd to 4th, the shift lever broke in the transmission. You know, it's nothing that, you know, you check a lot of things, but you know, it's just something that can happen. And, you know, the thing of it is, the car ran pretty good when we went back out. You know, I got to say one thing, we may have lost the championship, but the team, you know, they never lost their pride or the determination. You know, we kept on digging. You know, I got to say one other thing. Got to congratulate Darrell and all his guys for the heck of a job they did. You know, they were 200 points down there at Darlington, and they came back. You know, and that's got to say one thing and congratulate Ricky Rudd for a fine job he did also.
What went through your mind, Bill, when that transmission lever flopped around in the car?
Well, really nothing. You know, it's the things that happen. You know, I knew I was 20 points behind, and that's a lot to make up. And the way Darrell run all day long, there wouldn't have been any beating him anyway. But, you know, we give it our best shot. We tried all year. We've had a heck of a year. and it's been good from there.
Well, Phil, your year has done so much for motorsports in general and stock car racing in particular. It's focused the attention of the nation on our sport, and for that we congratulate and wish you all the best next year.
Well, I appreciate it, and I thank all the fans that stuck with me all year long, and everybody else that stuck with me through hard times and good times, and I'll be looking forward to going, you know, through getting over the winter, going into next year with this fine team and seeing what happens next year.
Usually when we cover road races, we try to recruit one of the drivers to take our camera for a lap around the track to give you that perspective. Well, we were just here at Riverside a couple of weeks ago, so Brock and I thought this morning we'd take a little different approach. I'm in the area of the course called the S's, turns 3, 4, and 5. A very quick series of left, right, left, right. Now, they'll take this uphill, flat out in third gear. Now, you won't see a lot of passing here, but you may see a fair amount of contact and also some dirt track driving. Very easy to get off the course here, which is why they've provided such wide shoulders. At the top of the hill, they'll downshift into second gear for the most famous turn at Riverside. Brock's up there.
Right, Steve. Not only is Turn 6 the best known, but it's the most popular because the fans can practically belly up to the fence here and almost touch the race cars as they go by. Turn 6 is a second-gear corner, as you say, a little uphill from Turn 5 down there. A hard right-hander, almost a blind hill at the crest, and the race cars up against the fence, then down a short straightaway. They'll carry second gear down through there toward Turn 8, which is unique to the way the stock cars run here at Riverside. Right, Steve?
Right, Brock. That short chute connects Turn 6 and Turn 8, bypassing Turn 7 for the heavy stock cars. Now, Turn 8 is almost a horseshoe. It's about 160 degrees, and the apex of Turn 8 is off camber, making it very tricky. Now, the secret for the drivers here as they exit 8 is to have the RPMs up. Remember, they're in second gear. They've got to be ready to bang that 4-speed handle up into high for the long straightaway ahead, where they hope to accomplish the majority of their passing. Now, at the end of that straightaway lies the most feared turn at Riverside.
Well, Steve, Turn 9 is feared with legitimate good reason because of this. This is the wall that goes all the way around this over 3,000-foot corner here at the end of the long straightaway. And remember now, a Grand National stock car has the driver's seat on the left side, which means that if you get up against the fence here, you're in extreme danger. Turn 9, very fast. You carry through here after a downshift and a hard brake in third gear. And the race car, if it's set up properly, will come off onto the front straightaway at about 140 miles an hour. A very dangerous and a very difficult corner here. Almost 10% of the total lap distance here.
Well, we're riding with Rusty Wallace on the inside of the third row. The field right now in turn number 9 at the end of the second page lap. Darrell Waltrip on the pole will lead him around for the start of the Budweiser 400.
Pace car off. We've got a green flag. And look at this. Waltrip jumps off the pole. He's got the line through turn 1. He should lead it.
Everyone holding their breath, hoping this 42-car field can all get safely through turn 1. They do. And look at this. It is Jeff Bodine just ahead of Darrell Waltrip. Tim Richmond trying to muscle his way in there. Here's a good cut going up to the S's. We're with Rusty Wallace. He is in the 7th spot. Just ahead of him is Richard Petty, number 43 in the 6th position. But out in front, as they wind their way up towards turn number 6, is Jeff Bodine.
Jeff Bodine, that car is stuffed down in his second gear. Sweeps through that hard right-hander at the crest of the hill in turn 6 and down toward turn 8 on that short chute. Here comes Bodine. Look at this. Wallace trying to get underneath Petty in turn 8. There's that little left-hander Steve talked about and heading out onto the long back straightaway. You'll see Rusty shift up to the third. He'll catch fourth in just a second. It looks like, Steve, maybe Petty can pull it a little bit on the long straight.
Maybe, Brock, and on this straightaway, some radar guns have told us he starts hitting right at 170 miles per hour.
And another look at Wallace as he goes through that little kink leading into the big right-hander they call turn 9. There goes the downshift into third, setting up for that corner, moving in on Petty. Petty down in the dirt as they go through turn number 9. Wallace leaning on that wheel real hard. You can see a little bit of understeer on the automobile as he sweeps out against the fence. Almost nicked it down the front straightaway. And at that little bobble there, let Ricky Rudd get by him into the 7th spot.
And battling for that second position is the number 11 car of Darrell Waltrip, followed closely by the number 25 Pontiac. That is Tim Richmond.
And here they come, slipping and sliding up through the S's. Look at Bodine, dirt tracking through the S's. Right behind him, Waltrip, then Richmond, and then the other Junior Johnson car with Neil Bonnet at the wheel.
And let's remember, these are not the cars you have seen on the super speedways or the oval tracks this season. In most cases, all these teams have a special Riverside road race car. With a road race, the weight distribution is more to the right right side of the car for the right-hand turns here at Riverside. Out at Oval, all of that lead is on the left-hand side of the car, right, Brock?
Basically, it's a short track race car that they've changed the weight from the left to the right side. The NASCAR rules require 55% of the weight on the inside. So what they do is change the oil coolers and the oil tanks and ballast, as you say, from the left to the right.
And look at this, Tim Richmond on the outside, showing some muscle, and he moves in between Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Bodine. Richmond takes over the second spot as they head down towards turn number 9.
Well, that is the most difficult place to pass, but also one of the best places to pass here at Riverside. It really takes some hard braking and some very deft handling to drive one of these 3,700-pound stockers into a 170-mile-an-hour corner and get by somebody like Waltrip. But remember, Steve, he told you earlier, Darrell did, that you've got to really feather put these cars around and take care of the transmission. So it could be he's going to fall back and let Richmond and Bodine battle it out for the lead and maybe break one of those cars.
Well, Richmond showed plenty of horsepower down the straightaway. Now let's see if he's got the handling as they come up through the S's towards turn number 6. Certainly losing no ground to this man, Jeff Bodine, who's out in front.
Well, two of the real young lions here in NASCAR going at it for the lead as they sweep through turn 6 and head down that little short chute for turn number 8. Remember we said they're in second gear right here. Here comes a hard brake by Bodine as he cranks into that sharp right-hander. Right behind him, Richmond, then Waltrip, and then his teammate, Neil Bonnet, back there in fourth spot. So they always are. When these guys start banging fenders, you can count on some always even up action. These cars are so equal, and the driver skill is so high that when you put them out on a big road course like this, and they'll compete all the way around. As we watch Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt go into turn number 9. Now look at this. Earnhardt tries him on the outside of turn 9. Can he make it stick? What a gutsy move on the part of Dale Earnhardt. But the problem is this corner narrows up. Look at Earnhardt sideways, and he slipped up against the fence, and Richard Petty holds on. But once again, Earnhardt challenges in turn 1, and this time he'll make it stick. As we watch Rusty go by some of the slower lap cars down into turn 9, he is on the brakes. He's in third gear right now and just kind of accelerated that car around that long sweeper. There they are. You can see Wallace lead that pack, and right behind him is the number 9 Ford Thunderbird of Bill Elliott.
Boy, it's a frightening picture, but that's the quickest way out of turn 9 to almost skim that wall.
And there you see Wallace slide through turn number 1, which is a very fast left-hander at the crest of kind of a blind hill.
And so far, Rusty is able to hold off the challenge of Bill Elliott, the Ford Thunderbird. If anything, he's put a little distance between himself and Elliott up through the S's.
All right, and that is what you see, the S's here at Riverside through the eyes of Rusty Wallace. Just saw him downshifted into second. He's on the brakes hard as he goes up that little hill into turn number 6.
And I'll tell you about turn 8 may be the slowest turn of this course, but it can be the most difficult. Look at Neil Bonnet here in the 12 car, followed very closely by Dale Earnhardt. It's slow, but handling really pays off there.
Well, here they come. Earnhardt has moved out of the pack. Probably the quickest cars right now in terms of moving up through the pack. They're Dale Earnhardt and Terry Labonte. Labonte right now in third, and Earnhardt now challenging for 5th. Right in front of him, of course, is Neil Bonnet in the 12 car. You saw Bonnet motion to Earnhardt, and I'm not sure what that meant, Steve.
Well, I'm not either, but it'll be interesting to see if Earnhardt tries another one of those kamikaze outside passes in turn 9. Doesn't look like it. He might even scare himself a little bit last lap, Brock. He's staying down trying to get under Bonnet.
He is indeed, as they come down that short straightaway right in front of the pit. Bonnet gets underneath Earnhardt to go through that turn number 1. But look at this. Earnhardt slingshots past Bonnet as they head down toward turn number 2. There's a long time veteran of the crew chief business here in NASCAR.
Well, right now they're on the short straight connecting turn number 6 and turn 8. That is Willie T. Ribbs, who is a lap car just in front of leader Tim Richmond. Behind him, Darrell Waltrip. Richmond right now wanting to shed himself of Willie T. because Waltrip is closing in. There goes Richmond around on the outside of Willie T. Waltrip makes the same kind of a move, and it's a good long drag race on the back straight.
You notice that Willie T moved down to the inside to let the leaders by. That is a standard courtesy for lap cars. As we watch Rusty Wallace and Neil Bonnet, I think it's a tire. It must be a tire as he starts to bobble down a straight, and Richmond is that car has either got chassis problems or a tire going down. We'll see what happens here in turn number 9. As if Richmond can hold a lead, it'll mean that maybe it's a chassis problem. If he starts to slow down, it's probably a tire. Look at this. Waltrip Waltrip going by on the high side. We saw Earnhardt do it earlier. Now Waltrip tries Richmond high on the outside, coming off turn 9, and he is on the inside to take the lead into turn number 1. So it could be that Tim's got a problem because he gave up that lead with surprising ease, really.
And Brock, the way Tim slowed just a bit in 9 and was hugging the inside of that turn, I thought maybe he was going to duck into the pits, but no. Oh, Waltrip is now pulling away from Richmond. There is something wrong with Richmond's car.
Here is Darrell Waltrip coming up toward turn 6 in that red and white number 11 Chevrolet of his, and looks like Richmond moved in a little bit on him. Richmond has his S's really dialed in. Right about here, but at this particular point, Richmond holds on. In fact, moves out a little bit on Darrell on that back straightaway and down into turn number 9. It would appear, based on that lap and the lap just before it, Steve, that Tim Richmond has the edge in horsepower on Waltrip.
Now when they cross the stripe this time, there will be 2 laps to go. Richmond and Waltrip there. 2 laps remain of the Budweiser 400. Tim Richmond about a 4-car length advantage over Darrell Waltrip.
And seemingly opening it up a little bit. Remember, the last lap we saw, Richmond and Waltrip entered turn number 6, bumper to bumper. But now it looks as if Richmond has opened up a little bit. But the last car coming up, that could play a role in the next couple of feet. Look at this.
Big problems in turn number 9. It is J.D. McDuffie, Harry Gett, and Michael Waltrip. And oh, Lord, in turn number 1, Terry Labonte has driven through a concrete wall.
We'll get back to that in a moment, but let's not forget, the caution will come out, but the leaders will race to the flag. So down the back straightaway they come. It's still a race for these guys. There is Darrell Waltrip's wife, Stevie, very concerned. They're going to come around turn 9 and race to the flag. Let's see what happens.
It is Tim Richmond with the advantage. Darrell Waltrip, this race will undoubtedly finish under yellow. So this is the last lap. Richmond got down a little bit too low. Richmond now with both inside wheels off into the dirt. Now he goes a little high. That's going to open the door for Darrell Waltrip. Sideways is Richmond. Look at this. This will be the finish of the race. It is Darrell Waltrip. To know that yellow is going to stay out, look at Jimmy Johnson's crew.
Incredible move. What a pass sideways by Darrell Waltrip underneath Tim Richmond coming off turn 9. An incredible pass. The last few feet of this race under green, the caution is out. And as you said, Steve Evans, it'll doubtlessly finish under the caution. A dejected Tim Richmond crewman watching his man lose it in the last few feet with a daring pass, a brilliant pass by this man, number 11, Darrell Waltrip. The current leader, unofficially still not the winner, but he is headed for almost certain victory if that car stays together for the last few hundred yards around this Riverside racetrack.
After the checkered flag flew officially for the winner, Darrell Waltrip, here at the Budweiser 400. As you and I both know, it was one of the next to the last lap by 3/4 of a car length. Let's go to Brock with the winner.
All right, the man who won it in a fantastic last lap move. Darrell, first of all, congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much, Brock. The good Lord was just riding with me on that last lap because that was on a wing and a prayer. I just took it in there and I made it.
Well, Tim seemed to have it on you. He moved by you fairly easily. Did you think he could run him down?
Well, it had been going a deal where they were better on new tires, but as they would run along, I'd get better. And that was what was happening. He was starting to get a little looser, and I was getting a little faster, so it played just right. The laps were perfect.
You saw your brother against the wall. That had to jar your concentration a little bit coming off the last corner. That you know, he's all right. And but the caution, how did you make the move on Tim? Was it just a faulter on his part, or did you just stand on it and...
Oh, he did a great job. Just went to the outside. Thought I might be able to get along the side of him as we come into turn 9 down there. Got a good long side of him, but he was starting to wash out, so I just turned my car underneath of him, was able to get underneath of him. No contact, just a nice clean move, and won the race. It was just a great win for us.
It was a fantastic afternoon.
Man, we just thank the Lord for it. What a beautiful weekend. A pole and a track record and a win. I don't know what else you could ask for.
Couldn't get any better than that. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Qualifies us for a lot of great things.
Great. Congratulations. And now let's go to Steve with Tim Richmond.
Well, I'm going to echo the words of your crew chief, Harry Hyde, who said that Tim Richmond plays Riverside like Liberace plays the piano. A magnificent drive.
I know what Kogan feels like now. This wasn't Indy, I can guarantee you that.
And you know, if you hadn't made that extra stop, if,
Well, we had a good enough car to beat them no matter what the stops were. We had to, we had to use the car up a lot because starting behind to run up to them and then try to get by them. But then again, we still had the car to win. It just, I'm a bridesmaid, I guess. It sucks, I can tell you that.
This TBS Sports presentation of the Winston Western 500 is brought to you by Dodge, setting new standards of performance, and by Budweiser, Beechwood aged for that distinctively clean, crisp taste that makes Budweiser the king of beers. For all you do, this Bud's for you. And by Champion, makers of Copper Plus, America's best spark plug.
Tim Richmond's qualifying lap of 118.247 earned him the pole and broke the 7-race streak dominated by Darrell Waltrip and Terry Labonte in qualifying here at Riverside. And the old record of Waltrip's, 116.782. He broke his own record, that record dating back to 1983, and then 1 hour later, Richmond really plastered one of the record books. Tim Richmond winning $30,000, the Bush Pole Award for 86. He won 8 poles in the season. He tied his teammate Jeff Bodine. He had better second-place finishes to put it all together. Pace car is bringing the field down as we start the Winston West here at Riverside, California. The 60th road race in NASCAR Winston Cup Grand National history. It dates all the way back to Linden, New Jersey in 1954 when Al Keller won a race in a Jaguar owned by the old band leader Paul White. It's a whole new look today. A grand finish to the season, battling for 2nd through 10th in the standings. A lot of resolution to be made here. About $2 million at stake. Here comes the pace car onto pit road. Again, the front row as we prepare for action. Richmond and Waltrip will be into turn number 1 first. Jumping out in front as they go into turn 1. It is Tim Richmond. Waltrip back to 2nd. Bodine falling to 3rd. As they make their way toward the S's.
Richmond got a great jump off of turn 9. He got out in the lead. I thought Walter may have a shot at leading the race, but Richmond's out front. Let's see if he can run away with it.
Here they are up to the S's, headed for that very treacherous turn number 6. Tim Richmond for the moment. There you see Waltrip in 2nd, Richmond leading. Bodine back there in that 3rd position. Ricky Rudd in 4th, Elliott in 5th. As they wind around turn number 6. Turn 7 is not used on this 2.6-mile configuration. You might wonder how they get from 6 to 8. Well, it's a little dipsy-do that is left out of this course. Here they are around the negative camber, turn number 8, and into the long back straightaway. You can really wheel down through here.
Richmond opened up about a 3-car length lead. Jeff Bodine goes for 2nd place beside Darrell Waltrip.
There's Terry Labonte on the move. Richard Petty very confident that he's going to have a good today. Right up there among them as they scoot down into turn number 9. You just want to test the brakes a little before you get in here and you drive with the driver's door up against the wall, which is totally different from what you do anywhere else.
It sure is, and it's a very strange feeling and something you have to get used to. Jeff Bodine did take 2nd place from Darrell Waltrip.
And as they come by to complete lap number 1 of the 119 to be run, it will be Richmond in 1st, Bodine in 2nd, Waltrip in 3rd, Ricky Rudd is in 4th, Elliott is in 5th, Labonte is in 6th, up to 7th moves Dale Earnhardt. Richard Petty comes in 8th. Joe Ruttman is in 9th. And here you are in the Aluguard car as they rock through the dust out here, just kicking up this track. And it has not rained, so it's very dry. And there'll be a lot of blind driving other than around the corners here today.
It sure will, Ken. And the big thing about that is when you run off the track, you can feel little pebbles, a little dirt up on the racetrack, and that causes a lot of punctured tires.
Raymond Beadle's car. Rusty Wallace aboard out of Missouri around turn number 6. And they continue to scatter stones and dust up at him here.
That's a little short shoot right there between turn 6 and 8. That eliminates turn 7.
Back they come into the long straightaway, and here are the teammates going after each other. In fact, all 3 of them will be teammates, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for Rick Hendrick next year. Here's that 3rd place car, Waltrip, and look who's knocking on his door. It's Ricky Rudd, the defending winner here at Riverside, California in this event, trying to move in on Darrell Waltrip.
You have a number of very accomplished road racers up there towards the front. We have a pass for the lead. Move. Jeff Bodine on the inside. Through the dirt.
Right down on the bottom. Car number 5 just squeezes in there. And Bodine goes out in front.
Richmond has lost the lead momentarily here, but he scored the first of a number of minor victories of the day. He has led a lap. Remember, there's a 5-point bonus for that in Winston Cup racing. He came into this event trailing Darrell Waltrip in that crucial race for second place by 21 points. He's picked up 5. The difference is now just 16 points in the race for second place, and they're all over this racetrack, Ken.
Now reviewing a little further down in the standings. Petty is in 8th, Bobby Allison to 9th, Rusty Wallace is in 10th. Neil Bonnet currently is shown in 11th position. Field moves back to turn number 6. And this dust can be a real problem. They had actually hoped they might get just a tad of rain to kind of straighten things out in there. Some of those drivers use up a lot of racetrack. It's interesting to watch them through the yeses here. A guy like Waltrip hardly moves the steering wheel, and Tim Richmond uses every bit of it.
Ken, it should be required for everybody coming to Riverside to watch the race to go over and watch them go through the S's. It's some sight to see.
And there's so many different styles used here. A lot of guys use up a lot of racetrack and a lot of the turf as well. Petty is one of them. He uses up all the track and a little bit more. Richard Petty running in 8th. We saw him there. Here come the leaders another time. Moving down is Richmond. Let's see if he'll make a counterattack. He pulls up, starts to drive in beneath, and there is no place to go as Bodine holds on. And the Hendrick cars, those Chevrolets, stay first and second.
It's extremely difficult to pass somebody on the outside through turn 9. The inside is definitely the way to go. Richmond is right up on Bodine's bumper.
Here they are out of turn number 9. And remember that as you come off there, you have the driver's door flush against the wall. A sensation these guys aren't used to and don't really relish. Big angle corner. You shift down, you're still just about right on the floor all the way around, as Dave Lestrange says. You can just leave your hoof in it.
That's about right. Just about everywhere you can. Through turn 9, once you get in the corner, then you just have to play with the throttle, and about midway through, then you get in the throttle wide open and come on off.
Now there is number 3. That is the national champion, Dale Earnhardt, the Richard Childress car. He has pulled himself up to 6th position, and he's won the championship. It is the first time since 1978, when Cale won 2 races before the end of the year, that we've decided the title other than in the last race of the year.
I think as we watch Dale Earnhardt charge around there, Ken, we come back to that issue of motivation that we talked about at the top of the show. Earnhardt flashing by in number 3, has the series championship all locked up. So what's his drive to go out and win the race here today? I'll tell you what it is. He wants to be the winningest driver of the season. He's heard all about Darrell Waltrip winning the title 3 times and never being the guy who won the most races. Earnhardt has the championship. Here's a car off track. That is car number 50 in trouble. Al Unser, the IndyCar star, making a stock car run here. And here's Alan Kulwicki. That's the top rookie in the field. And Alan Kulwicki is off in the dirt. He's stuck. He's going to get it back underway. We got a lot of action. We'll get back to that Earnhardt story in a moment. Kulwicki looks like he's going to get back on track.
Richmond for closing this season in just dramatic style. Race after race, he's been the story.
That's exactly right. He had probably the most phenomenal second half of the season that anybody has had in a long, long time.
Name a track that he hasn't won on, you're hard-pressed. And he's being hard-pressed right now. Bodine wants his lead back. So it's about 10 laps away before it gets down to time to come in for fuel. Bobby Hillen just jumped in and came back on the track again. And also Ted Kennedy, California driver, was shortly on pit road. Now look at Bodine again at turn 9. He closes each time, moves in on the leader, Tim Richmond, as you watch it live here on the Superstation from Riverside, California. Bodine coming up on the outside. And there's no room there. Tim uses it all.
I'll tell you, Ken, I've been watching turn 9. Turn 9 is getting awfully slick. I saw Jeff Bodine 2 or 3 laps ago slam sideways in turn 9. That time, Tim Richmond is trying a little bit different line now to try to get out of the slick part of the racetrack.
Underneath Glenn Struer from Simi Valley, California, and his Chevrolet. Back they go through the S's, and one car off, just sliding off into the dirt and back on again.
Looks like Jeff Bodine took a little shortcut there, Ken. Went right through the dirt.
Give us your perception of this race course with all these cars off and all this dancing around. Seems like we have a lot of them. We've got a lot of problems here.
Harry Gant, Morgan Shepherd off the racetrack.
Coming up to turn 6.
That was all caused by Jeff Bodine running off the racetrack, Ken.
36 laps complete as they go back to green, and there you see the leaders all bunched up. Waltrip in first, Ricky Rudd in second, Neil Bonnet in third as you watch it live here on the Superstation. Neil closes in on the Ford Thunderbird prepared by Bud Moore. Field rambling around turn number 9 with Elliott 4th, Bodine 5th, Rutman 6th. Just as they came by the last lap, it was Tim Richmond who ducked onto pit road for about 8 seconds. Which means he's all the way in the tail end of the field.
Darrell Waltrip opened up about a 5-6 car length lead over Neil Bonnet. So Waltrip seems to be superior right now.
Neil Bonnet has pulled himself into the second position this afternoon, the teammate of Darrell Waltrip from the Junior Johnson stable. What kind of a race are we going to see out here this afternoon, Neil?
I think you're going to see a little bit different type of racing you've ever saw at Riverside. With the points championship out of the way, now it's just strictly race. Only points, a lot of the guys worried about how many they're going to get when they go hunting. This right now, we're going to cock the gun on these things and turn them loose. That's the last race for me, the last race for Darrell, a lot of the guys, and all we got to do is bring Junior back that steering wheel. We're going to use up the rest of it.
After much speculation, the site of Riverside's replacement has been chosen, and Bob Barsha took a look.
These hundreds of acres of Southern California grassland may not look like much to you, but to the people of Paris, California, that's pretty important property behind me. Just about 10 miles south of Riverside International Raceway, these hundreds of acres of grassland in about 20 months and $15 million will house the newest superspeedway and road course complex in the United States. Present plans call for a 1 3/4 mile speedway, plus commercial and industrial property and public recreation facilities. But city officials in Paris see even greater benefits to the town's 10,000 people.
The identity that we have been searching for will be brought to Paris through the raceway, and the resulting impact for the city from an economic standpoint will be that which will be so beneficial that we could not otherwise replace it with any other endeavor.
Though the project is not without dissenters, Mayor Carmen Cox thinks everyone will come around.
My belief is that most of the people of Paris are in favor of it. There's some people in the surrounding communities, they're afraid of the noise impact and the traffic impact. But I think those things will be solved. And once they learn more about what is this plan for the city of Paris, I think they will agree that we're doing the best.
So stock car racing goes to Paris. We'll have to build the Eiffel Tower for the control room, I would presume.
Here's your battle right here. Watch Richard Petty. Talk about a guy with motivation here this afternoon. He's won 200 races in his career, but he hadn't had one since that 200. It's been over 2 years now since Richard's been to victory lane. We talked about that $180,000 winner circle program, the money that goes to the car owner, and in this case the car owner is Richard Petty. If you win a race the following season, you get $180,000 in appearance money. Richard has not won one yet this year. Now, Petty, of course, is the grandfather in terms of stock car drivers on this racetrack. Might want to check that. Maybe Herschel McGriff would rival him. No, indeed, Richard has started more races here than any other driver. 23 of these Winston Cup stock car battles under his belt on this racetrack. He only missed one. That was back in 1965, and it wasn't his choice. Chrysler Corporation boycotted NASCAR stock car racing in that season, and so Richard didn't come and run this race, but that's the only break in his series of consecutive starts here. That is Joe Ruttman. Now, Ruttman had been up there in 4th spot. He has made a green flag pit stop, and not long after that last yellow, that's going to hurt Ruttman and drop him back into the field. Guy who came from the West Coast, from Redmond, Upland, California, and has cut his teeth not only at Riverside, but on all the West Coast racetracks. Has done. Here's Bonnet in again. Now, remember, he made that stop, what's it been, 4 or 5 laps ago, and had to change those left side tires. We might recall that moment for you. Bonnet, of course, was running second at the time and had just been passed by Bodine. He slowed suddenly, came in, and made what looked like a routine pit stop. They did it in 14 seconds. He is in danger of going a lap down here because Jeff Bodine, as you see, is storming off turn 9 as the race leader. Just a handful of laps ago, he was battling with Neil Bonnet for the lead in this race. Bonnet has made 2 unscheduled pit stops, and as a result is almost a lap down here. And in Riverside, that means 2.67 miles behind. There's an awful lot of turf to make up on a difficult twisting circuit.
One more caution, if they can keep this field together. I mean, this will be a crapshoot right to the finish this afternoon. There's the front 4. Bodine cannot draw away from Bill Elliott. He sits right on him, perched on the rear deck. With number 55, there is Parsons 3rd, followed by Tim Richmond in 4th. And for the moment, there's a little bit of breathing room developing here on Jeff Bodine's car. The 25 car got loose.
Tim Richmond, he just got in the throttle trying to drive by Bill Elliott, and the tires would not hold it. He got sideways.
And he used up all the racetrack, and I mean he used it all up. 2 laps, the faster of the 2, the qualifying mark, as he just skipped over all the curbing, flew around this track, and he uses everything, going lock to lock, it would seem, in the car. He's thrilling to watch. He's a dramatic driver of the old school. Now watch this move in turn number 9 as he was about to complete the lap. This was from his qualifying run to establish a new record that Waltrip had held from 1983 until 3 days ago. Right to the wall. Looked like he almost brushed it.
Tim, what was hard to believe is Tim Richmond actually blew his engine going in turn 9 on his qualifying lap and still set a track record.
He's trying to run down Bobby Hillen now. Remember that Wallace was off the track up there toward turn 6 in the near calamity. Gathered it back up, and he's closing in on Hillen and making a run on him to take a position back. Just moving by, the Aluguard car is getting the 7th position from Bobby Hillen as they come down here into turn number 9.
He made the pass. He beat him down in turn 9, so Ruster Wallace has appropriated that position.
Bobby Allison's 6th place car is now on pit road and quickly taking on tires. So you're looking at the interval between 1st and 2nd. Bodine is there, and just behind him comes Bill Elliott in 2nd place. And we'll be back with more of the action in a moment. We'll be back with the finish of this Winston Western 500 from Riverside, California, after these words.
A couple of laps ago, we saw him get in there. They made contact. Here he's inside again. They come down to turn 8. This is the last tight corner, and then you'll see that long charge down the backstretch. The pattern the last couple of laps has been that Bodine is able to pull away there, and as you mentioned, Phil, it's a tough racetrack to pass on. Earnhardt's only got a couple of laps left if he's going to get Bodine. Looks like this is where Bodine has the strength, right here.
Well, I think you're right, Dave. Earnhardt's within a car length, but he cannot do anything with Bodine down the backstretch.
Let's see what he'll do in turn number 9 this time. Earnhardt has been getting in very strong each lap. And as these laps come down to the very last moments of the 1986 season, Tim Richmond, who turned it all around midway through and just kept on winning races, seems to be on his way to victory here, the 7th of the season. 1 lap to go. When they come by this time, Harold Kinder drops the white. Whoa! Wild, loose for a moment is number 5, and here comes Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt running Bodine wheel to wheel. Now who's going to give? It is Earnhardt taking that 2nd position away from Jeff Bodine. Magnificent move off turn number 9 as they continue to thrash him around.
Earnhardt got up beside him off of turn 9 and held him even through turn 1 and just beat him down into turn 2.
And look at him pull away. Just flying away now from Jeff Bodine. The only place he seems shy on power was in that long back straightaway. There he was hurting. Everywhere else he has it covered. It'll be interesting to see what Bodine does as they come down for the finish.
He's got Darrell Waltrip to worry about now. Darrell Waltrip is riding his back bumper.
I almost wonder if something's gone away on car number 5. Here it is. The last time down the straightaway. Richmond in front. There is that Bodine car, followed by Waltrip in the 4th position. Waltrip looks like he's on his way into that 2nd place in the standings. The last time into turn number 9. Tim Richmond there. Dale Earnhardt 2nd. Jeff Bodine in 3rd. Darrell Waltrip in 4th. But Tim Richmond riding just an incredible finish to this 1986 season. He's coming on to win it. It won't be enough to give him 2nd place in the standings, but it certainly will help his pocketbook. To the line. Across for the checkers. Tim Richmond victorious. In 2nd, Dale Earnhardt. 3rd is Jeff Bodine. 4th, Darrell Waltrip. And 5th, Joe Ruttman this afternoon. The 6th position to Bobby Allison. And finishing in 7th, Bobby Hillen. That should be enough, and there may be a change in that. Bobby Hillen may go up to 6th position.
Bobby Hillen passed his teammate Bobby Allison going in turn 9 on the last lap.
And there's Tim Richmond, your winner. We'll get an opportunity to meet with him in just a moment in victory lane after this thundering victory for the Hendrick Racing Stable. Hill enough to congratulate the champion. You'll meet him soon.
The 1986 Winston Cup Stock Car Championship season is over. Its most successful driver is Tim Richmond, and he closed this year with a bang. In terms of race victories, this is the guy who won more races this year than anybody else. His 7th win of the year, and as a record crowd files out, here is the man they are saluting. And Richmond did it in magnificent fashion here this afternoon as he came to this racetrack, turned that spectacular qualifying lap, shattered the all-time lap record at this historic 30-year-old facility, charged to the front of the field, fell to the back with a broken suspension, came back and won the race.
Joe Ruttman had a great day for Kenny Bernstein. He brings his car home in 5th place. And Bobby Hill, in that last lap move on Allison, gave him 6th position. Bobby relegated to 7th, Rusty Wallace in 8th, Neil Bonnet in 9th, and Terry Labonte finishes up the afternoon in 10th. It looked like Al Unser was in there for 10th for sure, but that was not to be, as they had trouble with that car. You saw it smoking here just across from the start-finish line. We're going to be meeting Tim Richmond very shortly after his wonderful win again today. There were 14 lead changes this afternoon. 8 drivers were involved, 7 cautions for a total of 18 laps. Let's go down to Chris Economaki right now.
Well, Tim Richmond is just out of the car getting the cheers from the crowd. Win number 7. They've got a sign for him here. He's a happy soul. Hey, Tim, congratulations. What a way to wind up the season. What is all this on the side of the car, these marks here and everything? Who did all that?
I don't know. I just noticed it as I came out. Benny Parsons and I messed up. It was my fault. And Benny and I, as I was coming out of the pits, got together. I think that might be where it came from. But I want to say hi to my sister Sandy back in Ashland, Ohio, and my dad Al, and everybody back there. I wish you would have been here.
Oh, it was a great, great race. You know, you fell way back. What was the trouble with the car during that blue period of the race for you?
Well, actually, we were just catching up, not wanting to ruin it. You know, we didn't want to wear the poor thing out. We just wanted to be able to have a car at the end to be able to race, and plus I was getting a little blister on my hand.
You got some blisters there. Okay, now they tell me you're going to change your lifestyle. What are you going to do now that the season is over?
Well, right now we're moving out to Hollywood or somewhere out here in L.A. and take some acting classes and do a little public relations work and kind of rest up out in L.A. now.
See you next year.
I'll be here, Chris.
Okay, back to you, Ken Squire.
Well, at 101 miles per hour, it was all decided today in favor of Tim Richmond over 24 other cars still running at the finish. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you back here in 1987 on the Superstation WTBS. For Dave Despain, Chris Economaki, Jerry Garrett, Bob Barsha, Phil Parsons, I'm Ken Squires. Our congratulations to Tim Richmond.
Presentation of the Winston Western 500 has been brought to you by Dodge.
Number 1 of Jeff Bodine. This is over a 2-mile circuit of road course. The first part of the course is a series of S's, Dick Berggren.
Yeah, it's mostly right-hand turns. These are the S's now. Watch Labonte sort of slip and slide his car through there. They'll cut low on each of these. The white you see on the inside of the track, Labonte just went over it now. That's a corduroy. Here's another corduroy. The right side wheels just went over that. Very rough still. Most of the drivers do run their inside wheels on the corduroy, Larry.
They are recognized, the S's are turns 2 through 6. This is a hard right-hander. It's turn number 8. Turn number 7, the permanent turn number 7 on this course, is not used for these heavy-duty 3,500-pound Winston Cup stock cars. This is the longest part of this racetrack, 3/5 of a mile down the backstretch.
And they really get some speed here, Larry. This is certainly the fastest part of the racetrack. Speed estimates vary anywhere from 150 to 180, 185 miles an hour. And then they're going to turn, and they're going to take a little bit of a turn into what's known as turn 9.
And if we were going counterclockwise, like you do on an oval, this would be like the oval or the turn on a 1-mile oval, but they're going clockwise, so the cars are turning to the right, but it's about 1/3 of a mile around there. Coming down to complete lap number 1, it's going to be Labonte, Jeff Bodine, Ricky Rudd, Tim Richmond, and Darrell Waltrip, the top 5. There you see Joe Ruttman trying to make his way through the field. He's just gone underneath George Fulmer. Yes, that's the same George Fulmer who has done so well in road racing and works out often with the IROC cars. Now he's going to the outside of Jim Bound from Portland, Oregon. Jim is another one of the Winston West regular competitors who does well on this track. There is Brett Bodine, and Joe Ruttman has eclipsed 12 cars on this first lap. Joe has moved up to Rick McRae. There's Joe. You see the big STP patch on the hood. Going to the left side, make that the right side. That's the inside of that right-hander to Rick McRae, a man who has won a Winston West race on ESPN a couple years back, and Rick has qualified fairly stoutly in 24th position for today's race. There is 55 Phil Parsons going around Bobby Hillin Jr. As Dick mentioned, you can see Darrell Waltrip moving back and forth, moving through the S's. Darrell is one of the drivers who likes to give perhaps a little more movement to his machine as he goes through the S's. Dick, we see a lot of people trying to straighten those out, but not Darrell.
Darrell almost dances on this racetrack, Larry. You know, some drivers say that they wear the car. Well, Waltrip dances with his car, and he slides it and he slips it, and he's got a beautiful rhythm. And I'll tell you, if you really enjoy the professionalism of motorsports, watching Darrell Waltrip run this racetrack is an absolute delight. Back in 1982 in the Winston Western 500, that's the fall companion race to this event, he really stuffed it into turn 9. He hit the wall virtually square on and broke his leg and cut his face all up, and that was the worst. But a few weeks later, he was on the stage of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel to accept his awards for the Winston Cup season that had just concluded. He got there on crutches.
We saw the average speed of the race up to this point is 113 miles per hour. This race figures to go less than 3 hours. Not being a super speedway, we do not anticipate a lot of yellow flags. The average yellow flag count over the last 8 races here has been 3. So that gives you an idea of what the crew chiefs are dealing with here, to be exact. Make that 4.3. We had 7 in the race a year ago, but that was unusual. There's Rusty Wallace coasting without any power on the left-hand side of your screen. Rusty Wallace, who was running comfortably in the top 10 in that Kodiak car. He comes in the entrance that is illegal. Now he'll be penalized if he's allowed to go, or if he is able to go back out 30 seconds before he leaves the pits, but that is a safety move, and the driver has to make that calculation. Is that the best that I can do? And Rusty, without power, said, yeah, I'm not going to try and coast all the way around. Very flat terrain, Dick, and if somebody stops out on course, it's not like coasting off the banks of Talladega, is it?
No, this is one racetrack, Larry, where you just can't run out of gas, and you've got to be sure that you get back into the pit area. So far, Rusty has not made it to the pit area. You just cannot get stuck in turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, any of that sort of place. Because if you do, the wreckers will not bring you back to your pits. Your crew is not allowed to go out and get you. You've just had it. Your day is over.
I'll tell you where Rusty has made it, though. There's an unusual configuration in the paddock area down here. Rusty has stopped at the hauler. Rusty has stopped where normally you cannot get when you're in the middle of competition, where they hold all the extra engines and extra parts. So Rusty has gone back to the traveling shop on wheels. There's Tim Richmond now, picking up on Richmond's progress. He, too, has held his own. You can see him running in 4th position. Ricky Rudd right in front of him. And you heard Tim mentioned that he wanted to stay within sight of the leaders here in the first few laps of this race. You also heard Dick mention that attrition often plays a major role. 28 of the 42 starters were all that finished this race a year ago. They're moving through that series of S's that we told you about earlier. They will work down into 3rd gear as they make their way through the S's. There'll be a little flick coming up to the right and then back to the left, and there's a downshift involved right there as they drop down to 2nd gear. You can see that flick, the pavement kind of bows out on the right-hand side of your screen. That's the left-hand side of the pavement. Now here is turn number 8. It's another downshift, or rather, they're still in 2nd gear. Correction on that. They'll shift up to 3rd gear as soon as they possibly can. Now get that car straightened out. Work up through the RPMs. Cranking really hard on the throttle. Get up to 4th gear as soon as you possibly can for that big run down the long 3/5 mile in length back straightaway here at Riverside. That breaking story. No, it's not just a matter of the shuffling of the crew chiefs. Well, let's find out exactly what the detail. Darrell Waltrip has slid off course. Neil Bonnet is looking for a place to get by. Bobby Allison scoots by. Darrell Waltrip, Neil Bonnet, and Bobby Allison are the 3 people in the off-course excursion. They were running solidly in the top 10. Waltrip is the man who gets really the short end of the stick, but he appeared to be the man who was the impetus behind that incident.
And it appears as well as if Waltrip has got some fairly serious problems. A lot of smoke coming out from underneath that automobile. That was a brand new car, brand new crew chief for this team. They are looking for some success.
Let's talk about Joe Ruttman. He's been lodged here with Rick Wilson for the last couple of laps.
Well, he got through the crowd real good. Got up to probably, I don't know, his 15th, 18th, 20th, somewhere along in there. And he sort of got hung there. He looks like, okay, he's 16th right now. And he's got right in there, and that's about the speed that he's been running.
Oh, Joe is off.
That's a shortcut. He's okay. So there, look at there. He come right back out. Didn't lose a thing. So, you know, I don't know from here, and I hadn't talked to Dale now how that, you know, if he's having a little bit of problem or whether he's just cooling until they have a caution flag or whether this is all he can do. But looks like he catches up good in the corners there. So I guess he's still got a long way to go yet.
And you can't plan on a bunching up caution flag on a road course, can you, Richard?
No, not the way we do, because when they do have a caution, then everybody has to start single line. You don't get a chance to get by the lap cars. If there's 15 lap cars in front of you when they throw the green, then you're 15th. So it really doesn't help a whole lot. The only thing is if you're about to get lapped or something, you can get caught back up in the crowd. He just catches it as it comes by. So on a super speedway, you go ahead and put it in the right rear, and you pick up most of it. So there's of course coming. I don't know who that is.
Garcia, the number 32 car. That is not, and almost pulling out right in front of Morgan Shepherd. Ruben Garcia qualified at the back of the pack, another Winston West driver. This is the Suncrest Motorhome Chevy, and Ruben Garcia is another one of the regulars who normally runs here. But it's a tall assignment for these Winston Cup West regulars to try and combat with the Winston Cup regulars from the Deep South. Although we say they're from the Deep South, that's a traditional thing to say, but you guys race all over the country now, so I think that's going to be an antiquated term in about 10 years.
Well, it is, except that the teams are all located there. If you go down the list and start checking with where these people are from, they'll say they're from Charlotte, but they're coming from Connecticut, they're coming from Texas, they're coming from...
The leaders are coming in, Richard. Just as you called it, here comes Bodine and Tim Richmond. Tim Richmond perhaps taking a cue from Jeff Bodine. I'm sort of surprised to see both Hendrick team cars coming at the same time. There is Terry Labonte, and Marty Reed is there.
And we've got the clock on him, guys, and it's going to be tires on the left side at lap 26. The other thing that we want to point out, the reason they're not doing so well on fuel economy is because they got a lot of third gear operation here. Normally they could go down further. So let's go down to Bodine's pit and find out what's going on there. Dick Bergerich.
Well, what's going on here is a 4-tire change right now, Marty. Richmond is right behind him. This is some of the tightest pit area in all of Winston Cup racing. There is not 6 inches between these two cars. Bodine looks like he might be the first out. Bodine has stalled the motor. Bodine has stalled it. Several cars are going to beat him out of the pits. Bodine, there he goes. Now he's running. Finally, Richmond behind him. Crew members scurry. This is a very tight, very difficult pit situation we're looking at right now.
Kyle Petty is back in, and they've been thrashing and pounding on the inside of that engine compartment underneath the hood most of the day. We're getting ready to go back green. It's an unusual situation. If you've never seen the restart of a race here at Riverside, the restart of the race actually takes place right here. You see the green flag coming out from the window of the safety car. The drivers are told as they cross the start-finish line right underneath us on the front stretch. And Tim Richmond makes a move on Jeff Bodine going down that backstretch. Richmond in the red car on the right as you look at him. Labonte is the leader. Bodine is in the left there in the yellow and white Levi Garrett machine, and Richmond at least gets by Bodine, and Ricky Rudd is running in second spot. Just to finish that story, they tell you guys you're going to start on the front stretch, you start on the back stretch.
You start on the back stretch, start coming out on the back stretch deal, and there's all single lane because you just come off of all the S's, and that's the reason they don't double up.
Tim looks like he's beginning to feel his oats. Good tire setup, maybe?
Good engine setup. He's really strong down the straightaway, and of course he's handling good through the corner. Right there, that didn't have anything to do with handling. That's just plain horsepower when you pull out and pass him coming off the corner.
And passing on the front stretch, you have to hit turn 9 just right. You can do it, particularly if you outbrake somebody going into the first turn, which is actually a dog leg to the left. Again, you'll see most of the passing at the end of the long backstretch, but if you've got extra ponies underneath the hood, as Richard is suspecting that Tim has today, you can pass maybe in some strange places.
Well, some of the strange places, but the reason they pass down the backstretch, you get the draft. After you get back into high gear, you come under the bridge there, the draft really plays an important part, and if you jump up beside a car car right through the dog leg to the left there, and then you can outbrake him, and then you got him.
We were talking about, Dick and I were, before you got up here, Richard, about the draft. That's the only place on this track where you really sense it, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a long back stretch. It is, yeah. All these others are just acceleration. Any racetrack that you run until you get full acceleration or mostly full acceleration, then the draft doesn't play a part. That's the reason it doesn't play a part on a half-mile track or a three-quarter mile. But then when you come to something like this, which is about a mile down the back stretch or three-quarters of a mile, the draft really is important.
Okay, I'll hit for you one more time how everybody has come out of the pit area after this first round of pit stops. It's Labonte, Richmond, Ricky Rudd, Jeff Bodine, Bill Elliott, then Morgan Shepherd, Bobby Allison, Dale Earnhardt, Neil Bonnet, Benny Parsons, Dave Marcus, Phil Parsons, Joe Ruttman, Sterling Marlin, and the number 18 car of Dale Jarrett, whom I believe is one lap in arrears. Those were the first 12 or so cars, the guys who got through the pit stops, apparently with no serious problems.
Well, see, it was sort of a break for Joe. Joe was caught back in traffic. He's probably not quite a half a lap behind. He's probably a mile behind. And then when they make the pit stops, then he's able to beat him out of the pit and throws him up in the first 8 or 10. So now he can go. If he can go, he can go from here.
The white flag, symbolic of one more lap to go, and they're side by side for 1-2 for 4th position right now. Terry Labonte and Bill Elliott are testing each other as they come past our position at the start-finish line. There is the leader, Tim Richmond, and Richmond is going to win this one easily if he just keeps it between the white lines. It's like going home at night when you're really tired. Just steer between the white lines and you'll get there.
That's the main thing. He doesn't smell victory lane now, so all he's got to do is idle around. He's in good shape.
Tim Richmond. There is the Alan Kawicki car, the second running car of Ricky Rudd, and Neil Bonnet still has designs on the runner-up spot. Bonnet is bird-dogging Ricky Rudd as they sashay out of turn number 6. Richmond moving out of turn number 8, heading on to the long backstretch, moves up through the gears, stands on the throttle for the second to the last time. He's got one more time to do that, and that is coming out at turn number 9 and coming down the front stretch. Tim Richmond on the shelf for 6 months, has not had an opportunity to run in a Winston Cup race. He approaches the final turn. It's about a 270-degree radius corner. It's banked maybe 10, 15 degrees, a third of a mile around. Tim Richmond going after win number 2. When he crosses the finish line, Tim Richmond will be 2 for 2, batting 1,000 in 1987. Here comes Tim Richmond. He's a winner again. Amazing story. Richard, I'll tell you, that leaves me with a very big impression.
Well, it does. It's got to know that, you've been out of doing anything, and then you can come back and win like that. But again, the team has not been idle. They've been running with Benny. They've been testing things. They've been doing things. And I think that, the difference in the deal is that Tim's a little more aggressive than other boys. And you know what I mean. Again, he's rested. He's ready for it. He's gung-ho, and he's just driving on sheer determination right now, I guess.
And from the very beginning, Tim Richmond has proved that this is his racetrack. There is his mother, Mrs. Richmond, here on Father's Day, getting congratulations as Tim Richmond has moved again. Fellow drivers here at Riverside. Tim Richmond wins for the, let's see what that is, the 4th time in his career here at Riverside. 7 times now he's finished into the top 5. Is Riverside a Tim Richmond track? Yeah, I'd say absolutely. He was the winner here of the Budweiser race in 1982, and he also won here last season, we told you, in 1986. But today's Budweiser 400 belongs to the Folgers coffee machine of Tim Richmond. 3 of the first 4 cars, incidentally, remember this point that was made by Dick Bergman early in the broadcast, were brand new cars constructed over the winter. They've been working on them and getting them ready for the road course action here at Riverside Raceway. But Tim Richmond heads the parade down pit road, gloves off, waving to the crowd, goggles up on top of the helmet, and heading for Victory Lane, a place where Tim Richmond has become a very frequent visitor in the last season. Remember, all of those wins were in the second half of last year. In the second half of 1987, it's beginning to look like it might hold more of the same. Won over $973,000 a year ago, will not win that much in 1987. But he's well on the trail to a $500,000 plus season, and Marty Reed is there.
Oh, we got one happy Tim Richmond as he gets out of the helmets, just Tell me what you're thinking right now.
Oh, God, that's unbelievable. I knew Harry and all the guys were good last year, but they're great this year. I mean, they're putting stuff under me that can't lose with.
The car looked like it had more power than anybody else at any time you needed it, and you mentioned the crew.
Well, yeah, the crew, all the engine builders, Mark and everybody back at the shop, and just everybody. I mean, you're only as good as the equipment that you run, and they give me the best equipment, so it ought to be the best finishing position. It ought to be first, I guess.
2 in a row. Should we just stop running these races and just give you the trophy from now on?
Well, I'd like them to average out my 2 Winston Cup races I've run this year and let me have the points that I would have had from the beginning, and then we'll go for the championship, maybe.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to let Larry Newber figure that situation out. Let's go back upstairs. Congratulations. Hold on.
Down in Deerfield, down at the Rib in Paradise 66, and my sister in Ohio. I wish y'all would have been here. Something else, let me tell you. Thanks.
You see, over the years, all the greats from all the great racing series have come here. IndyCars, stock cars, Formula One, Can-Am, Trans Am. They've all raced at Riverside, and this is the only place in the world that can make that claim. Riverside has been the launching pad for careers. Men like Dan Gurney and Mark Donahue launched their careers with victories here. And from the stock car ranks, Bill Elliott and Ricky Rudd both won their first race at Riverside. But Riverside has also ended careers and lives. The souls of old Joe Weatherly and European giant Rolf Stomlin rest out there somewhere. And then there's the death of this racetrack itself. After 3 glorious decades, Riverside is finally going to close. That's one of the stories we'll be following today on our live coverage of the historic 27th and final running of the Winston Western 500.
119 laps, 311 miles, 500 kilometers for 300, $98,000, and a tremendous crowd. From our TBS helicopter, a Vision Group helicopter, giving you these dramatic shots of this 2.6-mile facility. Eddie Gray, the first winner here way back in the early days, and then, of course, Dan Gurney dominating for 5 years with Parnelli Jones, and the likes of Mark Donahue winning here as well in stock car racing. Time has been given. Motors come to life. We're set to go. Jeff Bodine, 1984 winner, sitting on the pole. Field about to roll out. Great field today of 19 Chevrolets, 9 Fords, 5 Oldsmobiles, 5 Pontiacs, and 4 Buicks. The 42-car field averaging 115 miles per hour. The 19th pole for Jeff Bodine. First time here at Riverside. Second pole this year. Earlier, there you see the number 5 from the Hendrick Racing Stable. On this beautiful California day, welcome to live Winston Cup action. The most competitive automobile racing in the world is about to unfurl its colors in Southern California. 1 race left in 1987 when they unlimber these machines in Atlanta, Georgia. Now you're looking out of the Xerox car. Alan Kowicki carrying one of our cameras. What a great year he's had. Rookie of the year last year. He'll be giving us a lot of excitement around this course. Left and right hand of these 3,500-pound cars. The road racers, they say it feels like no brakes in the machine. So the field is rolling out, and as they do, the question is, what kind of a field do they face today? Buddy Baker gives us this course description of Riverside International Raceway. The lineup for today's Winston Western 500. In the front row, it's Jeff Bodine, the 84 winner, and Ricky Rudd, the 1985 champion. In row 2, it's Rusty Wallace, winner at Watkins Glen earlier this year, and Terry Labonte, twice a winner here at Riverside in the June race. Row 3. There you find Kyle Petty, and alongside is Bill Elliott. For row 4, it's Alan Kowicki and Dale Earnhardt, whose best is second here. Row 5 is Michael Waltrip, and there's Benny Parsons beside him. In row 6, it's a 3-time winner here, Bobby Allison and Spanaway Washington's Derek Koch. Row 7, 3-time West Coast champion Jim Robinson and Harry Gant. In row 8, Bobby Hillen and the 2-time winner of the race, Richard Petty. Row 9 is Sterling Marlin and IMSA road racing champion Herb Hare. Row 10 is Rick Wilson and Roy Smith from Seattle, Washington. Row 11 is Rick Hendrick out of Charlotte, North Carolina with an onboard camera, and Dave Marcus. Row 12 is Joe Ruttman and George Fulmer. Row 13, Davey Allison and Morgan Shepard. In row 14, it's Darrell Waltrip and Glenn Stewart. Row 15, Rick McRae and Giacomo Giacomo. Row 16, Tommy Kendall and Herschel McGriff. Row 17, Harry Gallardi and Ernie Irvan. Row 18, Bill Schmidt and Chad Little. Row 19, Phil Parsons and Ken Schrader. Row 20, Dale Jarrett and Jimmy Means. Buddy Arrington and Ruby Garcia round out the field as they come out of turn number 9 and get set for a start. Here we are at Riverside. 119 laps to make the distance this afternoon. And braking to the line in front. Into turn 1. Who's going to give first as the green comes out for Mr. King? Kodai gets it. Ricky Rudd drops into second. Terry Labonte is in third. Back to fourth, falling one position. On that start is the car of Rusty Wallace. Through the S's for the first time. And you see car number 5 trying to pull away. Getting about 3 car lengths for just a moment. That'll shorten up right here at turn 6. Steve Earnhardt running in that 5th position. Going in the 6th spot as they begin to get them going. Bill Elliott here for the lead. Ricky Rudd right there in second spot. Closes in on car number 5, Bodine, at turn 8. Downhill, negative camber corner. Into that long straightaway. Speed here up to 180 miles per hour. It was in this area where Rolf Stolman came to some 200 miles an hour, and at the end of this long straightaway, turn number 9, the body on the car came disentangled, and he lost his life here 2 years ago. Most critical part of the track, right here, coming to turn 9. Wide open at better than 180. Hard braking on these 3,500-pound cars. And the Chevrolet of Bodine out in front, drawing away from Ricky Rudd in second spot here in the first lap. Meanwhile, a little further back, Earnhardt is trying to get himself around Bill Elliott. At the end of lap number 1 of 119. Big crowd on hand today. We see Bodine first, Rudd second. And back to third comes the Rusty Wallace car, and up to fourth moves Dale Earnhardt.
Earnhardt is flying. He just passed where you're not supposed to, going across the tunnel area. He is really moving.
And he's closing in on Rusty Wallace. There you see Wallace in the 27 car, and directly behind him, the man of the year. 3-time Winston Cup champion, Dale Earnhardt. Won it last year, won it this year, with still a race to go in Atlanta, Georgia. And look at Earnhardt working on Rusty Wallace as he tries to take the spot. Incredible start.
Well, you know, Rusty Wallace and Earnhardt are best friends, but they love to intimidate each other on the racetrack. They love to bump each other. They play around. And I'll guarantee you, they're going to get together and get after each other because there's a big ego battle here.
Car number 3, Dale Earnhardt, who has never won on this track. He's had a couple of second places here. Closes it on Rusty Wallace once again. Here they are in the fastest part of the course. There you see the number 3. Right behind him comes Terry Labonte, a former winner. Then Bill Elliott is next. And big surprise of qualifying, that car of the Wood Brothers. 7 times the Wood Brothers have won on this track. Kyle Petty at the keyboard in car number 7, maintaining a good, steady 6th position now.
Well, Rusty Wallace won at Watkins Glen, and the way he won that race, everyone says, is brakes. He could drive by everyone and drive in deep, and he did that earlier and just drove right by Terry Labonte when Terry Labonte got on the brakes. It'll be interesting to watch, see if his brakes last.
Brakes a critical factor on this racetrack, you may be sure.
They certainly are, and especially going into turn 9. If you don't have the proper brakes there, you get off in the corner and it screws up the whole lap for you. You lose a lot of time.
Second lap complete, and now from the Superflow in-car camera, you're riding with Rick Hendrick, a rookie driver, a man who owns all kinds of car franchises around the country.
Well, Rick Hendricks asked me to tell his kids, Ricky and Lynn, hello for him and not to worry about him. So we're going to take good care of your daddy, and your mom's here, so watch your daddy have a good time.
Pit road, as all of the front of the field came on the pit road, the Bill Elliott team was changing tires, and as they did, 2 members of their crew were injured. Now we're watching what happened. You can already see Mike Walcott's car spun around 2 other cars. This is after it has come to a finish. The 9 car was up on the jack, and 2 people were injured. This is one of the worst pit roads, most difficult places to get on. For more on the story, let's go to Jerry Garrett on pit road.
Well, Ken, right now we have preliminary word that Chuck Gill and Butch Stevens were the 2 crew members involved. We don't know the extent of their injuries. They're both talking to their fellow crewmen right now. They don't seem to be too seriously injured. We hope not. Yeah. But it's very crowded down here. This pit road is as crowded as it has ever been. And we've got to watch for this type of activity down here. Be very careful all day.
Well, that frenzy that takes place when they pit cars, and Elliott was pitting either in the first or second pit as you enter into the pits. NASCAR has closed pit road. No one can bring their car in now. This is live from Riverside, California. There has been an incident on pit road, and 2 members of the Bill Elliott crew apparently were run over. while they were attempting to pit the cars. First caution of the day created when Herschel McGriff blew an engine. Let's go to Pat Patterson.
Bobby Hillin Jr.'s car was in, and apparently in that altercation, he had a lot of the front left side of his car was damaged. The crew was trying to mash the hood back down. A lot of cosmetic work will need to be done. That certainly is going to mean he's going to be back in a few more times, but that was the story on this end of the pit road.
It happened on the left front of the car. The left front tire man and the carrier, I believe, were the folks involved in the incident here early in the going. We're waiting for an update on the condition of the two injured men on the Elliott crew. Bill Elliott sat there, looked very upset, and they backed him off. His brother Ernie and Dan for just a moment spoke to him, and he has come back on the track. He is back with the field, and I'm sure they're talking to him on the radio now about what is happening on pit road. Again, NASCAR has closed pit road at this time after this crash. And there you see Elliott's car back on the track. He has not lost a lap, but he was running way in the end of the field as he sat there and waited word on his compatriots out of Dawsonville, Georgia, who worked on this car. Again, it was lap number 8 when we had the caution, and as they brought all the field on the pit road, Elliott had pitted very early. He was running well up in front in that first 5 or 6 position. Let me correct that. He was running just out of the top 5 or 6. He was back a little further than that. He had gotten in with the first group of cars, and as more cars from the rear of the field came on pit road, this incident, I think somebody got hit in the rear. Michael Waltrip got spun around and may have hit someone. Here's Jerry Garrett.
We're down here with Dan Elliott, who was also injured just slightly in that. Dan, tell us what happened.
Don't know what happened. I came around the car, got my tire off, downed my tire, turned back around. I was putting the other one on, and people came across the top of me. I didn't know if a car hit them or a car hit our car, and it pushed me out of the way, and I fell on my shoulder and my leg, but other than that, I'm okay, but I couldn't see what happened.
Okay, well, do you have any preliminary word on the other crew members right now?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, we also have word that Steve Caldwell, a 3rd and a 4th crew member on the Elliott crew, were also hurt.
And he is leading for the first time in a Winston Cup race since 1974 as they come down for the green flag. They'll take it on the back straightaway. They'll take it just after they come around this turn number 8 and get ready to go. Here they are, back under race conditions and breaking out in front as they take that green. Car number 7, Alan Kowicki going forward, and Darrell Waltrip on the inside. The orange car, Waltrip, and there's number 7. Here is Earnhardt busting through. As they come down underneath the bridge for the first time, we find Waltrip is in first. And Ricky Rudd comes into second, Alan Kowicki dropping into third. Back under green. From the Xerox in-car camera, here they are around turn 9, back to the start-finish line. At the stripe, they complete 17 laps, shifting into turn number 1. And you see a big challenge being put on Kowicki's car. That's Earnhardt pulling alongside him. Here are your 2 leaders. And you see Earnhardt already pulling up into 3rd. Alan Kowicki, the little independent, crawling to 4th in that Xerox car. There's the number 15, Ricky Rudd, seeking a 2nd victory in this Winston Western 500, closing up on Darrell Waltrip, who won it back-to-back in 80 and 81. Alan Kowicki a bit high there for a moment, and he's being challenged again. Bodine is the man who's come into 3rd. Bodine has come to 3rd. Kowicki is 4th, and Earnhardt is right behind him. Now Earnhardt's right in front of him. He's back there in 4th, facing Rusty Wallace, who is in 3rd. Darrell Waltrip around turn 6. We'll get his season rolling as well.
Darrell Waltrip is having a lot of pressure coming up from behind him. Bobby Allison, Beanie Parsons, Terry Labonte are hooked up together coming after him. There's a slow car in between, but it won't be long. Darrell will have his hands full. You can see everybody coming into the camera right now.
Now that slow car is Tom Kendall, the young driver from UCLA, who was the IMSA champion, GTU car number 76. For the last 2 years, the International Motorsports Association, one car slowing dramatically here. Just like there's Erlen Marlin. And Bobby Allison's car thundering down into turn number 9, followed by Benny Parsons. Allison in that 5th position, Parsons in 6th. Benny definitely closing up in here. Buddy Arrington scooting by.
Ken, if you notice, Bobby Allison's closing in really fast on Waltrip, and he's bringing Benny and those guys with him. But as this racetrack gets slicker, Bobby Allison gets better and better. I tell you, he's about as fast a car as anybody out there right now. And if he gets a few breaks, he'll be right up there hammering with Bodine.
And the 83-time winner, two-time winner of this race, Bobby Allison, is definitely closing ground all the time here. There you see this little trio. It's Bobby Allison, followed by Denny Parsons, and right behind him, Terry Labonte, 5th, 6th, and 7th, up over turn 6, and closing in on Darrell Waltrip at number 17. There's Wallace trying to do everything possible, what he has, to hold on to this victory, and for the moment, it's in his hands. We are under 3 laps to go. Parsons trying to close in here. And how about a Jerry Garrett or Pat Patterson? Anything late in the pits, anything you're hearing on the radios for those that's trio up in front. Pat, anything new?
No, Kim, the only thing down in the Dodson pit right now is they're just watching and waiting. There's no fuel cans up on the wall, so it's just a situation where they'll sit back and watch. Let's go up to Jerry Garrett for any thoughts he may have.
Well, everybody's just like you and I are, Pat. They're just a spectator down here watching how this thing's going to come out. I think it's the time that they could have any impact on the race is over with.
Here's Wallace coming back by, and there are 2 laps remaining. His lead is about 1 second. Well, Rusty Wallace may be the road race king of Winston Cup racing. He proved himself at the Glen, and now he is going to make a double mark with a road race victory here at Riverside, really putting the stamp on his road racing ability if he can pull this one off. Back to 6 he comes, about a lap and a half remaining. Here's Kyle diving to the inside. Kyle trying to move underneath and not getting there. Whoa. I think he's going to take a stab right here. He's inside. He's down to the bottom of that turn 8, gets through, and he goes right back outside, and Benny Parsons again is into 2nd position.
Well, it was a good lesson. Kyle will remember that the rest of his life. He went in too hard to stick down on the bottom.
Let's take a look at that one. Here's Kyle on that negative camber corner. Remember, it slopes the wrong way. It's working against him here. Benny says, thank you very much. I'll take it back.
That's called going for it, and this young boy went for it, tried to intimidate the old-timer, and there goes the old-timer. Is that experience?
Well, that's what that did. That just won the race for Rusty Wallace. When those 2 guys had that little run in, that took all chances of Benny catching him, I think.
So it's in the lap totally of Rusty Wallace now and his crew. White flag is out. Last lap is on for Wallace. Sideways in turn number 1. He's fun to watch.
Oh, yeah, he knows he has it once, so he's taking it real careful through here. You saw him go sideways, one wheel off the ground.
Yep.
Standing straight up, sawing it.
That's his idea of conservative.
We call him Hyperman down in the pit
You call him Hyperman?
Yeah, he can't stand still. Even when you're talking to him, he can't. If you can get that shot, he sits straight up in the race car. He's awesome.
Crowd on their feet and cheering for Rusty Wallace. St. Louis, Missouri driver for Pontiac and for the Raymond Beetle team. Comes around 8. In total control of this thing at the moment. Just praying that engine doesn't come unglued after the tremendous strain of running 119 laps, 311 miles around this tough old Riverside International Raceway. Alan Kowicki pulls on pit road toward the end here.
Well, one of the tough things that crew chief Barry Dodson on this car is my next-door neighbor, and he's also Phil Parsons' next-door neighbor on Lake Norman back North Carolina, so we're going to have a long week back in Denver, North Carolina.
Here's Rusty Wallace in for the final lap. Last time around for him as he streaks back toward the line. He's into turn 9, the final corner, and Rusty Wallace, the Missouri driver, will win here today. He's across taking the checkered flag is Wallace. A great victory for this Raymond Beetle team, and their second on a road course in 1987. Finishing second is Benny Parsons, and third is Kyle Petty.
And perhaps the thing is going to be an incredible battle between Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt, the old rivals who slugged it out. So they both had problems, and that was, man, nice opportunity for us to hear from them. Let's go to Jerry Garrett.
Get a word with him here. Being congratulations to the crowd. Seems like you're the champion of NASCAR. Your hands down.
Well, I don't know. The guys have done a great job preparing this car. You know, I can't say enough about the whole crew, but we got a good road racing car, and those guys did a good job, and I just try to keep the thing out of trouble. They teach me a lot.
Burn up your tires there at the end.
Nah, people got different opinions about Riverside. I like to drive it hard. I like to drive it hard and just keep the wheels behind me and keep it digging.
You were driving around people all day that were Ryan and Dale Earnhardt, and they both had problems. Come to a conclusion whether you could handle them if it came down to the battle between them?
I'm in it all throughout the day. In the last caution flag there, I got tires that took off, and I said, Barry, I think I'm catching them. Man, I kept running them down and catching them through turn 9, and then all of a sudden, I told him, I said, I'm catching him, and all of a sudden he ran off the racetrack, and I guess he was getting ready to pit, so it turned out good for him. I think I was getting him at the end there.
Introduce this lovely lady here in Victory Circle with you.
My wife, Patty. Seems like every time I bring her, she wins.
Patty, did your husband tell you anything about what his expectation was today in the race?
He just said that he thought the car was running real good, and they were expecting to have a good day.
Yeah, I was hoping, this was a lot harder than Watkins Glen was. We had our car a little more prepared at the Glen.
Well, paid off once again for you. Congratulations, Rusty.
Pontiac.
1957, and the race fans of Southern California were anxiously awaiting the completion of a major motorsports facility to be known as Riverside International Raceway. Over the years, it's attracted the best drivers in the world and a wide variety of racing machines. But Southern California is growing, and the land that Riverside International sits on is now needed for a business complex and residential area. Already expensive homes are just beyond the racetrack itself. The bulldozers are waiting to tear up Riverside and end its glorious history. But today, the Winston Cup drivers are here for the final time, and Ricky Rudd will lead the field to the green flag. Rudd is still feeling the effects of a crash during the Winston at Charlotte last month. But you would never know it. He set a new track record in qualifying here, a mark that will stand forever. Alongside in row 1, Rusty Wallace, who won 2 of 3 races on road courses last year, including Watkins Glen and here at Riverside. And with a good finish today, he could take over the Winston Cup points lead. The final chapter in Winston Cup racing at Riverside is about to be written. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Speed World. Today from Riverside International Raceway, the Budweiser 400.
But more importantly, last fall, several crew members were injured on this very same pit road when several cars collided and there was an accident. NASCAR has taken steps to try to solve that problem and make this pit road safer by building a chicane. They've installed rubber pylons here at the entrance of pit road, and in order to get into the pits today, drivers are going to have to do it single file. They're going to have to line up one behind another. Now, we've never seen this, not only in Winston Cup racing, we've never seen it anywhere before. To make sure the drivers pay attention to the rules on this deal, there are severe penalties. If they spin out on pit road or if they knock one of these pylons over, it's a one-lap penalty, very serious penalty here at Riverside. There's another way to get into pit road, and that's down here. They can come in the back way. They can miss turns 8 and 9. But if you do that, it's a 30-second penalty. Nobody's tried this stuff yet, so we don't know for sure if it's going to work. We hope it does, and we hope we have a safe race.
400 kilometers of racing, and here now is the starting lineup for today's Budweiser 400. On the pole with a new track record of 118.484 miles an hour, the Quaker State Buick driven by Ricky Rudd. On the outside of that front row will be Rusty Wallace in the number 27 Kodiak Pontiac. In the second row, it'll be Terry Labonte from Thomasville, North Carolina in the number 11 Budweiser Banquet Baby Ruth Chevrolet. Outside of row number 2 is Neil Bonnet in the 75 Valvoline Plastic Coat Pontiac. Row number 3 has Kyle Petty in car number 21, the Citgo Thunderbird. Outside of row number 3, it's Dale Earnhardt in the GM Goodrich Chevrolet, car number 3. Fourth row, Darrell Waltrip in the number 17 Tide Exxon AC Chevrolet. Outside of row number 4, the number 9 Coors Motorcraft Ford driven by Bill Elliott. In the fifth row, Dave Marcus in car number 71, the Lifebuoy Soap Chevrolet. And then Sterling Marlin in the Piedmont Underalls Oldsmobile car number 44. Row number 6, it's the Folgers Exxon AC Chevrolet driven by Ken Schrader, car number 25. And then this Gold Bandit Chevrolet, which will be handled once again this week by Morgan Shepherd from Conover, North Carolina, car number 33. Starting in row number 7 will be Rick Hendrick, yes, the owner of the major race team in Winston Cup competition. He'll be driving the number 18 Levi Garrett Chevrolet. And the guy that normally drives for him, Jeff Bodine, alongside in car number 5. Going to row number 8, it is Mark Martin in car number 6 and Chad Little in 19, the fastest of the Winston West competitors. The 9th row has Brett Bodine in car number 15 and Lake Speed in 83. The 10th row, Dale Jarrett in 29 and Alan Kowicki in number 7. The 11th row consists of number 55, Phil Parsons, and 8, Bobby Hillen Jr. The 12th row, Bobby Allison in car 12 and Tom Kendall in 76. The 13th row, Rick Wilson in car number 4 and Roy Smith in 79. Derry Cope in number 68 and Joe Ruttman in 31 start in row 14. The 15th row has Richard Petty in car 43 and Benny Parsons in number 90. The 16th row, Rick McRae in 08 and Giacomo Giacomo in car 63. Buddy Baker and Davey Allison start in row number 17. In the 18th row, Herschel McGriff and Terry Petrus. The 19th row, Bill Schmidt and John Krebs. Going to row number 20, it's Jim Bound in car number 1 and Michael Waltrip in 30. And then in row number 21, the number 52 car of Jimmy Means and Ernie Irvin in number 2. And the 43rd starter, car number 32 of provisional from the Winston West Division, Ruben Garcia. So there are your 43 starters in the back of the field. By the way, that Corvette Challenge race earlier today was won by Juan Manuel Fangio III in a very, very good contest. Now the field comes off of corner number 9, and we are just about set to go racing for 400 kilometers. The Budweiser 400, the final race at Riverside International for the Winston Cup cars, and the green flag is out. The field moves through turn number 1. A short chute now moving to turn number 2. And now they begin to go through the famous S's here at Riverside International. It's kind of an uphill struggle through the S's as they negotiate the track from left to right, back to left, back to right, and then come uphill to corner number 6.
Bob, it's very narrow up through there, and you saw how quickly they got themselves in single file as they came through the S's.
Now across a short chute, connecting turn number 6 to actually turn number 8 because they missed turn number 7. The course is shortened for the Winston Cup cars, and so there is no real turn number 7. Through turn number 8 now and down the very long backstretch, of course, the fastest part of this racetrack. That's Ricky Rudd that's showing the way. Rusty Wallace running in second position. And then Neil Budd is third as they come down the backstretch and set their cars up for corner number 9, which is a big sweeping turn. And Ricky Rudd setting the car into turn number 9 right now. And the first lap is about to be completed in the race as Ricky Rudd will be showing the way off of corner number 9 and onto the main street.
Bobby Allison has won a lot of races on this road course and would like to be the winner of the last race here.
As a matter of fact, there are, you can see some dust being kicked up now, but apparently nobody is spun. It's a little difficult to see that 3 abreast racing through the S's as the visibility was reduced dramatically. However, it looks like
for Kyle Petty in the Wood Brothers Sitco Ford, apparently he has run over something and cut a tire. They're changing the right side tires, and here is a lot of smoke. Someone apparently got off of the track or maybe spun out. So much dust we can't even see the cars there.
It'll be a while. Yeah, we do see a car down in there, but which one it is, it's impossible to see right now as the yellow flag does come out. However, as a matter of fact, there is more than one car. Bobby Hillen Jr. is one of those off course. And still, could it be Davey Allison?
It looked like Davey Allison's car.
It is indeed. Yes. Both cars now get back on the racetrack, but we are yellow once again on lap number 12.
Well, somewhat of a break for Kyle Petty as we see what we can, if we can see what did happen as they came up through the S's. Kyle had just made a pit stop, so he got that. He'll stay in the lead lap. And here is.
You can
well, they were already spinning. Davey Allison, it looked like, was spinning down on the inside.
It happened just ahead of Ricky Rudd that we were following, and there you can see the damage on the left. Bill Elliott's car is still on pit road. As a matter of fact, there is the hood is up on that car, so something other than just a routine pit stop for the Elliott crew. And another car has gone off course, this under yellow. That's the 73 of Bill Schmidt, a Winston West competitor.
Bob, it could be that we saw that smoke coming from Jim Bowen's car. It could be that there was oil on the track up there that caused.
Roberto Guerrero crashed after Dale Earnhardt had blown an engine and spun in the S's, and also Chris Cord spun in the oil. So that could very well be what we have in this situation. There is Rick Hendrick in the Superflow Motor Oils car, and he is the leader of this race, so he picks up 5 Winston Cup bonus points, and so does Dale Earnhardt, who did lead a lap just before we went caution.
Well, Rick Hendrick is coming into the pits, and apparently he's going to get out of the car because he's already taken his window net down, so he evidently is going to let Elliott Forbes Robinson get in that car.
We'll watch to see if Rick Hendrick does indeed get out. Elliott Forbes Robinson is standing by ready to get in. Here comes Rick out of the car, and Elliott Forbes Robinson puts in some padding on the seat, as Elliott is not nearly as tall and large in stature as Rick Hendrick is. But Elliott Forbes Robinson is being assisted as he gets into that car and will take over the controls. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Well, I'm with Rick Hendrick. He's got a big smile on his face and a lot of sweat. Rick, how was it?
It was good. I didn't want to get out of the car, but, you know, there was a plan to let Elliott get in. I might go back.
Well, why did you get out of the car if you didn't want to leave? It's your car.
Well, that was the deal. I had my fun yesterday. We thought we were going to win that race, and we had a great time, and the car's running real good today, and we led a lap, so I figured it was time I'd get out now.
But you might go back in.
Yeah, might go back.
He did. He almost won the race yesterday. Jerry
Last weekend on the high banks of Dover is not doing well here this afternoon at Riverside as they continue to work on that car. Now it looks like that Dale Jarrett in the Hardy Oldsmobile is the car behind the pace car and shown as the leader.
How about that? First time that Dale has led a Winston Cup race, I believe, in his career. I don't recall him having been up front in any race, and I know that makes him feel good. Now, we will point out that Dale has not made a pit stop at either of these caution periods, but he was running. He started in 19th position, had worked his way up to 10th before this last caution, and so now he finds himself in the lead.
Maybe some of that comes back to me, some of the stuff that, even though there were go-karts that ran 120 mile an hour, they didn't weigh but 200 pounds. Some of the things you can learn from it, some of them you can't. And the motocross experience that I had on running motorcycles on the dirt, I think applies a lot here. And it's sort of a freestyle. Everybody's got a different way of doing it. And I really wouldn't say one way is right or wrong, but sometimes one guy can get around a little bit quicker than the next guy.
That's comments from Ricky Rudd. Meanwhile, Davey Allison just a few laps ago with a problem off the course, and now Dad Bobby has slid off the course, kicking up a big cloud of dust, but Bobby will get things going again and pull back out on the racetrack.
I don't believe he hit anything, Bob. I think he just spun around out into the dust. Took him a little while to get going. Here's Darrell Waltrip. Apparently he had gone off of the racetrack as well.
Well, it is a very narrow and tight race
than the cars did back in those days, and there's a whale of a lot of competition out there as well.
Here is a car into the fence hard. We can't get a number. It's Ruben Garcia.
Has come outside of the racetrack into the corner of really the corner of the grandstand.
Oh boy, it's a miracle that the car did not go into an area of spectators right down here. This is right to the left of, rather the right of our broadcast booth. And it's an area where there is no guardrail. There is an opening as the cars come off of corner number 9 before the guardrail begins to protect the spectators here on the front stretch. And he has crashed through a tire barrier and is also right in front of the scoring stand.
And it looks like that's a place that it looked like it would be impossible to get into, Bob, with the race car, but don't know what position he got into that threw him over in that direction. So let's see if we can pick it up and see what did happen as he's coming off of the track. He's out of control as we see him coming across there.
Now watch him.
He hits that barrier, just the corner of it, and the car goes up into the air, hits the other concrete wall barrier there, and right in almost into the spectator area. And you can see the spectators scrambling for safety. It looks like, from our vantage point here, that they were okay, thank God.
They sure did scramble to get out of the way, though, as he broke through a concrete barrier. But it appears as if, and we haven't received any word from any of the safety officials, but it appears as if everybody is okay. There was some catching. Rusty Wallace's win here at Riverside came just last November in the Winston Western 500. And now you can see Ken Schrader beginning to challenge Little. Meanwhile, here comes Wallace to the inside of Ken Schrader in corner number 9, making it a three-way race. See what happens as they come out of the corner. Rusty tucks to the inside. Chad Little a little sideways, and so is Ken Schrader. But Rusty picks up 2 positions.
Boy, he just drove on down in the inside of that turn. When he said he was strong in turn 9, he was right. That car stuck right down on the inside.
Story, and the big part of that story has been whether it's been Goodyear or Hoosier that's been fastest. That's not the story here at all. It appears as if the tires are almost equal. If anything, Goodyear may have a slight edge. For sure, Goodyear is on more cars than anybody else's tires. So Goodyear has perhaps a better chance to do things. You see no...
A few minutes ago, we had another off-course excursion, this one by Bobby Hillen Jr.
Bobby going through the S's. It looks like he just got a little hard in there. The right rear tire got off on the dirt, and around he went in front of the car number 63 of Jocko Majakamo. And boy, he did a good job of maneuvering around Bobby Hillen as Bobby comes back across the track, gets on the dirt. He'll finally get it straightened out and get back out on the race course and get going again. Terry Labonte before he came in the pits. I think Kyle only took on 2 tires and Terry did take on 4. Dave Marcus coming into the pits right now in car number 71.
Oh, we have a crash. That's Lake Speed who got off the course and hit the wall and got airborne, as a matter of fact, but everything settled down, and now the car is half on the racetrack and half off as the others go by. Let's take a look at what happened as Lake Speed and Richard Petty were running out there together, and Richard with a little bit of a nudge sending Lake Speed sideways.
Yep, just a little bit of a nudge. Boy, he did hit that wall pretty good. Climbed up on the wall for a little bit and then bounced back down into the dirt.
But Lake Speed keeps going, and we have no caution on the racetrack.
Let's see which one has it now.
Pontiac or Buick. These guys started on the front row. Rudd was on the pole with Wallace outside. And now Wallace has the lead, getting the left side of the car off the racetrack just slightly and kicking up a little bit of dust. And look how close Ricky Rudd is. Oh, we have a spin. Ken Schrader is looping coming off of corner number 9. And Neil Bonnet also spins. Spins actually into the pit area, knocking down some of the pylons. Sterling Marlin also involved, so was Dave Marcus. Both of those cars are still running. Now Neil gets his car headed in the right direction, and everybody escapes, but the yellow flag comes out once again.
But these leaders have not gotten the yellow flag yet, so they're going to be racing back to the yellow flag. Of course, their pit crew are telling them on the radio, hey, everything's clear down here, guys. Go on through. Go as hard as you can. So they will race back all the way to the start-finish line because that wreck happened behind them.
They're coming out of corner number 8. We'll have to go down the backstretch, and the yellow flag is out.
Ricky Rudd make a pass as Rusty Wallace has slowed down.
Well, now, have they received the yellow back there, or do they race
the only official yellow flag is at the start-finish line. They were told that in the driver's meeting, so you can see everybody making passes as they come down through there. Now, a number of the cars behind them have gotten the yellow flag, but apparently Dale Earnhardt did not. But they are racing back to the flag at the start-finish line.
So Wallace now is third as both Earnhardt and Phil Parsons passed. Now they come down for the yellow, and Earnhardt is going to be the leader of the race. Phil Parsons second, then Rusty Wallace, Terry Labonte, and Ricky Rudd. And I'm a little bit confused because it appeared to me as if both Wallace and Rudd slowed down there on the backstretch. Because of this little scramble that occurred coming out of corner number 9 as watch Ken Schrader's red number 25 car may have been bumped by Terry Labonte, and anyway it sent Ken Schrader sideways.
And right back down into Neil Bonnet. He tapped Neil and knocked him around down on the inside of the track, and then Sterling Marlin came through. I believe Sterling got through there okay. He just came down pit road, and Dave Marcus went down into the dirt.
Back at Riverside under caution, and there's a little bit of confusion as to who should be leading this race. We are getting an explanation from NASCAR at the moment. We believe that Rusty Wallace and Ricky Rudd will be moved back to the front of the pack because the pace car had its lights flashing and was trying to get onto the racetrack back there in corner number 8 when the others, including Dale Earnhardt and Phil Parsons, shot by Rudd and Wallace, and this is how it happened.
Here as they came off of turn 8, of course, Wallace was leading the race, and you can see the pace car did have the lights on, and of course they knew the caution was out, so Rusty slowed down. Rudd passed him, and Earnhardt just drove right on past all of them. He was still wide open at that point, and even though the official caution flag is at the start-finish line, They're saying because the pace car had its caution lights on, that was confusing to the drivers. That's why they slowed down, and they're going to change them, put them back up there. Now, Earnhardt's not going to give that up very easy. But NASCAR has the call on it, so they are going to put Rusty Wallace back in front.
Let's once again try to reach Rusty Wallace to get his feelings on what's going on out there. Rusty, this is Bob Jenkins. You read again?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
What's going on?
Well, NASCAR's getting all confused. They're letting cars that are behind, left cars are behind me. They let Ricky Rudd pass them. These are single file restarts. They're not allowed to do that. The pace car pulled out in front of me and Rudd in the middle of the back straightaway, which he wasn't supposed to do that. Now he's got everything all piled up. This is going to cost me a race, and I'm going to drive my butt off. Let's see what happens.
So when you saw the pace car there in the backstretch, you got off the accelerator, right?
That's right. The pace car turned the yellow lights on and pulled in front of us in the middle of the back straightaway. Me and Rudd both stopped, and Earnhardt took off. It's not right. NASCAR's got it messed up.
Well, apparently you and Rudd are being put back in first and second, so they may have this whole thing figured out. Between Terry Labonte and Phil Parsons, Labonte appears to have third as they head for turn number 9. Phil Parsons back to fourth. Dale Earnhardt is in 5th position. And let's go to Dick Berggren, who is in the Richard Childress Dale Earnhardt pit. They can't be happy with what just happened.
No, they sure are not happy with what just happened. I'm with Kirk Shelmerdine, who's watching the last turn, turn 9, with his glasses, and they take vigorous exception to the decisions that have just been made. Kirk, what's your view of it?
Had not taken the yellow, and they were racing back around the racetrack with the yellow flag. Start-finish line. Rusty and Ricky Rudd complained about the pace car moving out on the racetrack, on the backstretch while they were racing. So they slowed down, and they claimed that's how Dale.
Dale's in trouble, by the way, Dick.
I'm standing here watching Dale with the glasses to make sure he doesn't run off in the dirt or anything, so we know to be ready. That pace car didn't move. It stayed in the same place. It's always been all day long.
Oh, man, we got some...
Slow down, he screwed up.
We got some great action out there, Dick. I'll tell you, Dale Earnhardt is just driving the wheels off that car. And we've got more action up through the S's. Yellow flag is out in that particular section of the racetrack. I don't know whether it's going to be an overall caution. Apparently not. We don't see Harold Kinder below us with the yellow, but certainly there is a lot of dust up there and up there in the S's. Meanwhile, it is Rusty Wallace leading Terry Labonte, Ricky Rudd, Dale Earnhardt, Phil Parsons, and Benny Parsons.
Terry Labonte was able to get around Ricky Rudd and has moved away from him, and he might be moving in on Rusty Wallace a little bit, Bob. He is really moving that Budweiser Chevrolet.
There are 3 laps to go. That completes lap number 92. There you can see some damage to the left side of the Ricky Rudd car. Meanwhile, Kyle Petty in car number 21, who is running in the top 10, is coming toward the pit. Well, there he is. The Wood Brothers Ford being brought into pit road by Kyle Petty.
Apparently he has a flat tire on that car. It looks like the left front might be flat on the car, so they had no choice but to come in and change that. That's going to cost him a lot of positions. He should stay in the lead lap, and we only have 14 cars in the lead lap, but Kyle had been running up in the top 5 most of the day.
Boy, that was just some great action there while we were hearing from Kirk Shelmerdine in the pit area. Dale was just trying everything he could to pass cars and get back up there toward the front.
Well, he's running right behind Ricky Rudd now, who's running in the 3rd position, so that means Earnhardt is running in the 4th position.
There's Dale down the backstretch. Rusty Wallace leads, and as they come around this time, we will have 2 more laps to go. There's a good battle between Phil Parsons and Benny Parsons. Also involved is Richard Petty in car number 43. Here comes Wallace at the start-finish line. There are 2 more laps to go. 5 miles of racing remain as we watch this Parsons, and Petty battle. This has got to be one of Benny Parsons' best performances of the year. His best finish so far has been a 13th at Bristol, and he's well within the top 10. As a matter of fact, he is in 6th position.
Having a very good run. You can see Rusty Wallace hit the curving on with his left front there just a moment ago. It didn't seem to slow him down much. He was about 1 3/10 seconds behind or ahead of Terry Labonte when they came by the start-finish line the last time around. So it looks like that Labonte is staying at least that close behind him.
So you think Rusty has this thing won, Ned?
Well, I don't know. I'll tell you, there's so many things that can happen on the road course in particular. But he's going to go hard now. Here's probably.
That's Benny. Too bad.
Oh, what a tough.
So close to the finish.
Yeah, he was running so good. Had run so good all day. We just got through talking about it. He's going to get that thing back out there. Should stay in the lead lap, but that cost him a lot of positions.
Tough break for Benny Parsons. Meanwhile, here comes Rusty Wallace out of corner number 9. And the white flag is being shown by Harold Kinder. Rusty Wallace has 1 more lap to go, and he'll have 3 victories in the last 4 road races in Winston Cup competition. But there is Terry Labonte, and he is not too far behind. Ricky Rudd continues to run 3rd. But Rusty, it seems to me, if he can hang this car on the racetrack and keep it straight, he's going to have another victory in his pocket.
I think he will. He was 1 second ahead of Terry Labonte when they came across the start-finish line, which meant that Labonte gained a little over a third of a second on him the last lap. But he just has 1 to go, and it's hard to make up a full second.
Rusty Wallace comes through corner number 8. He has the long backstretch and corner 9 ahead of him before the checkered flag. He's keeping ahead, about the same distance ahead of Terry Labonte and of Ricky Rudd.
He's got the worst of the racetrack out of his way. However, turn number 9 can be very tricky. He has to be careful not to get in there too fast and slide high. That's his biggest problem right now. He's coming up with Bobby Hillin. As he goes into that turn, he moves around Hillin with no problem at all. And he slows it down going into that turn, gets her right down on the inside. And we've seen him so many times today. Looks like he's got it made, Bob.
Rusty Wallace comes out of corner number 9 in the Kodiak Pontiac. Slips just a little, but he's got the race won. He crosses the line, and Rusty Wallace wins. Terry Labonte is second, followed by Ricky Rudd, Dale Earnhardt, Phil Parsons, Richard Petty, and the number 6 car of Mark Martin finishes 7th.
Well, happy Rusty Wallace. Rusty, what turned this situation around with scoring? Did you talk to NASCAR? Did they do it themselves, or did your crew do it?
I think my crew did it. Barry Dotson and Jimmy and Harold Lely. You know, that wasn't the right deal. There's a single file restarts here at Riverside, and they let Ricky pass a couple lap cars. The caution flag come out. The pace car pulled out in front of us in the back straight, which was wrong. But we had to stop or else hit the car. And so it was 2 problems out there. NASCAR finally got it right and got us back up front. But, man, I'll tell you, I was a nervous son of a gun because I knew it wasn't right. And I've seen stuff like that happen before, and I was hoping it wouldn't keep it up.
Well, it all came out well. You realize what the points are right now?
I'm not even worried about it. I just wanted to win the first race for this team. And Mobile One and AC Spark Plugs and all the guys at Kodiak, they done a great job, and the points are going to fall or we're going to fall, is what I've been telling everybody. But I'm glad to win.
Well, you are in the lead in the points, Rusty, at this moment. What are your emotions at winning the last Riverside Road Race?
It's wonderful. You know, I won the Winston Western 500. I won this thing. I feel like an accomplished road racer, but I owe it all to my crew and just all my sponsors and everything. It's great. I really appreciate it.
And there you have it from Victory Lane. Bob Jenkins.
Final chapter in Winston Cup racing written here this afternoon by Rusty Wallace, and he is the new points leader in Winston Cup competition. He leads by 4